just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we don't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we don't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again.
毎日
Sunday,
毎
Monday,
日
Tuesday,
日立の
Wednesday,
細長
Thursday,
な
Thursday,
静
Friday,
か
Saturday,
サラサラ
Sunday comes again.
きれいな空気体には細長が気持ちいいです日立のビッグフローウェルネス
Get a Life is brought to you by Foot Locker, America's most complete athletic footwear store where it all begins.
In trying to make an artistic statement, one should be careful not to let one's personal aroma do the talking. In order not to offend the critics, I recommend Right Guard Sport Stick. It provides maximum protection and the freshest scents, a sublime palette of odoriferous emanations. After all, a true artiste should be remembered for his inspiration, not his perspiration. Right Guard Sport Stick. Anything less would be uncivilized.
If I have to hold one more box, I'm gonna snap.
Did you say snap? Stab into a Slim Jim! You know a little excitement? Stab into a Slim Jim!
Okay.
もっと暖かくなるエアコンに変えてください。
細長だから快適ゾーン4倍。
What's your next desire?
すがあったかくなるエコンがいい。
細長だからパチン速弾、静かでパワフル、日立の Big Flow 暮らし刺激人。
日立。
It's back up, bitch. I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, hot Bugatti Veyron, I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise, loading up a bow gun. You can see me in the streets with my rays on. I'd be like, dating ain't for me, but he's handsome. How do you see a couple guys at the same time? I've been trying to figure out the name of my star sign. I feel it in the beat like, wow. Do you wanna hang out? No. You can catch me at the basement show, like a Malo when I say so. So I'm a pop star, I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, a Bugatti Veyron, I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise, loading up a bow gun. I don't play guitar, music on my PC, hands above the bars. Good to be alive, 300 in the bag. Never trust no one, I'll be on the rise. Fire like napalm. You can watch me go to space, but you can't come. I'd be like living for the gram and the income. How do you know a thing about what it feels like? I've been out here looking this good with my hands tied. I'll take you there. I'll get my bag. I'll take your man. Watch this space, hun.
OMG.
Damn. I'm looking better in a lamb. You know my PPL is French. Talk to the hand. I'll rat you out and send your asses to Japan. I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, a Bugatti Veyron, I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise, loading up a bow gun. I don't play guitar. Music on my PC, hands above the bars. Good to be alive, 300 in the bag. Never trust no one. I be on the rise. Fire like napalm.
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.
Yo, Hulkamaniacs, it's me, Hulk Hogan. Check out my new look. Brother, I was at Arby's scarfing down a chicken cordon bleu. That natural chicken tastes righteous. That's because it's not all pumped up with phosphates and fillers, which gave the Hulkster an idea. Maybe I don't need to be pumped up either. Who needs to be doing bench presses and deadlifts all day?
Now all of Arby's chicken is made with 100% all-natural, all-delicious chicken. Try our chicken cordon bleu with ham and melted Swiss. It'll have you saying,
I'm thinking Arby's, brother.
Hey, B, no way a little dude like you is gonna change my ways.
It's time you were tempted with a taste of nuts and honey.
Hulk Hogan doesn't eat nuts and honey.
Take this. An unbeatable part of this nutritious breakfast.
That's better than a body slam.
Undefeated.
And he's still champion.
It's a honey nut. It's honey nut Cheerios.
Tonight on Down to Earth, can it be true?
I am adopted.
I'll buy that. Then on Safe at Home, the gang's New Year's plans are up in the air.
Dan's plane is circling. It can't land.
And on Rocky Road, guess who's coming to dinner?
Wait till everyone hears about this.
Will Sandy have his heart burned again? No problem. It all begins at 6:05 Eastern, only on Superstation WTBS. Tonight.
You know, some people say it's tough being a big show, but I gotta tell you, it has its advantages. Playing with the neighborhood kids is always fun, and hailing a cab is no sweat. The thing I like best about being so big is I always have room for my favorite meal, Chef Boyardee overstuffed Italian sausage ravioli. It's the only meal large enough to satisfy my oversized hunger.
Can you give me a beat? Subliminal, lyrical, rap megastar, cynical. Here's Johnny Cornette Lamar, Jungle Jack, son of a TV star. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm hearing those jungle drums. Used to hang around with chimpanzees. What is his gimmick? He's a homeless bum, poo flinging, swinging in the trees. He's going to sit in one of those little kid seats. Jungle Jack wanted to use broken glass, real glass. The medical staff said, we don't think you ought to do that. This is where this fucking clown's head's at. Little Jack got his panties in a bunch, so it was brought to CM Punk. He said, we don't do that on Saturday night. They're going to Wembley. He grabbed him by the goozle pipe. Real glass. You, dick lick. He did not punch a person. He choked one little nitwit. Curly-headed, entitled little prick. What you think he was going to do, dipshit? Ride me a river. Mine for wrestling of a slug in a sewer. You're not a TV star. You're tired. What the fuck? He looks like a minor. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Don't run your fucking yap. Don't fuck around and find out. Jungle Jack, what, you gonna do something about it? Yeah, apparently. Oh my God, he grabbed me. Tony ended up firing his biggest star. Punk should send Jack off a Christmas card. Look in my eyes, what do you see? CM Punk to the WWE. What's Jack Perry gonna fucking do? Tony, fire the fucking little goof. Arrogant knob, indie nitwit. Here's your contract, Jack. Rip, rip, rip. Tony went.
Jack, are you with me?
Another check, but don't let him come back. Jungle Boy sounds fake and like a dork. Runs and hides because he doesn't like to talk.
He doesn't like to talk. Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah. And today it is a hot lucha summer. It is Grand Slam Mexico. And some CMLL ROH Global Wars Mexico as well. Which I guess is a thing. So welcome. I hope you guys like the extra long intro there. I was just managing a few things here. And yeah, what do we have on the docket? Look at this match card here. A 2.5 hour Dynamite. Only 6 matches on the card that were pre-announced, I believe. So these other ones will be taped beforehand. You know, Tony's going to do a bit of an overrun as well. So this will be closer to 3 hours. So again, I think this is the third Dynamite in a row where it's like an extra long show for us. So that is amazing. Round of applause for you all for being here. And okay, so let's preview this card here. I will check in with chat as well, guys. Welcome, guys. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleTimes, @ProWrestleClips. Those are my channels. Hit like, hit subscribe. Consider becoming a member for 99 cents on YouTube, and you get access to my Monday member shows, or on Patreon as well. you get access to those shows and over 100 like exclusive videos and things like that. So anything that gets nuked from here, and there's more and more every week. I'm adding more and more videos. So yeah, and I've been watching Tough Enough season 1, which actually Maven Huffman's doing the same thing, which is incredible. Because he's actually on the same episode that me and all Jake are on when we were watching this last week here. So it's pretty funny timing. But what do we have going on here this evening? A lot of graps, a lot of news. Also, guys, if you're a member, you get access to the Monday member shows. And we talked about Jon Moxley getting sued already. So we're just lightly touching on that. I may have somebody come in and have something to say about that as well. A notorious AEW hater possibly might come in and give his opinions on all of that, and we're going to go over it again and sort of with hindsight being 2020 as far as our first reactions. Maybe we can have a little bit more clear of a reaction. And yeah, so let's get into stuff here. And yeah, Dynamite will be on in a bit, guys. Yes, over 200 of you watching. Come on over to YouTube if you're on X as well. And vote in the poll. Do you think Tony Khan's lying with what he was saying on his boat and Yahoo Sports and all of these sorts of things? Do you think Tony Khan's fibbing about the cable numbers and whatnot? We have Dave Meltzer melting down at his own logic, like his own excuses that he's used for ratings. He's now being condescending and saying like, see, cable is up too. But like he was the one arguing, well, cable's down, so it's because of streaming. So they're all over there. So we're just going to cover all that. It's fucking hilarious. And that and more. We have lots of other news. NXT went down as well. And so, yeah, consider becoming a member, joining Patreon, super chatting in, hitting like, or leaving a comment or hitting dislike or whatever you got to do to support. Like Kenny D, who became a new YouTube member. We acknowledge you here.
Acknowledge me.
Okay, so Sassy Girl, hey PWT, what's happening? Lincoln Hawk, TK isn't lying. He's probably saying what he's being told. He's just being a carny. I tweeted out, I have nothing. Well, we'll get into it. I have nothing wrong with Carney's carnying, though. You guys know that. I have nothing wrong. No problem. I have nothing wrong. Sorry, guys. I have no problem with. I have a lot wrong with me. No, I have no problem with Carney's promoters being carny and promoting their shit. I have zero qualms with that whatsoever. So we're all friends in here. We are. Finally, there's another one like me, LOL. Well, I appreciate you, Pete Rocks, because you listen all the time. So even if you're trolling or if you're dead serious, it's like you're still chilling, and that's what I want here. I don't want. I'm happy you're here, actually. So anyways, we have Mark Briscoe versus Okada. Okay. I mean, that's a match. We know what Mark Briscoe's there to do. He just shows up and loses matches to people. And then we have Zeusis versus Mercedes Moné. And I hope I'm saying her name right. She's Stephanie Vacquer's like tag partner, is she not? From back in the Lucha days when Steph was out there luchaing. So yeah, shout out Zeusis and Monet. I bet they'll have a solid match. Like Monet can do this lucha shit. Like she had a banger with Vacquer, and if this Zeusis lady can wrestle any as well as Vacquer can, then I'm sure it'll be a solid match. MJF versus Mystico. Again, they're just doing the I'm a real American, didn't you forget? Even though he's in the Hurt Syndicate. So it's like, why didn't they just have a trios match in Mexico against a trio of fucking, because the Hurt Syndicate are like, we ain't going to Mexico, dog. So yeah, that's why that ain't happening. But okay, that'll be a match again as well. The Battle of the Arm Bars. The Death Riders and the Young Bucks. Like, no one cares, bro. No one gives a fuck. Like, Jesus Christ. Against the Ops, Will Ospreay and Swerve Strickland. Okay. I guess at least the trios champs are in a 5-way tag all together, and it's not just like 2 of them with the Outrunners and Edge or something, against like fucking, at least it's like just at least 3 of their 4 members are in the mix of faction match here, right? Like, again, trios, you're in Mexico, why not have a trios championship match? I just think that would be the way to do. I don't know. Special 2.5 hour event, it says everywhere under each graphic as well. Okay, so Mascara Dorada and Ricochet and Hologram and Leo Rush are having a 4 million peso 4-way or whatever. Then we have Bandito, Templario, Atlantis Jr., Adam Cole, Brody King, and Daniel Garcia. So not even Adam Cole with his 2 homies, right? This new group, Paragon, that they just we have new shirts and we're a group and we have a new name. No, it's Adam Cole versus the guy he was beefing for the title, and then Brody King randomly, and then 3 luchas, and then they're taking on the Callis, 3 of the Callis families, Hechicero, and then FTR because they're heels now. Again, man, this is just terrible, lazy, thrown together, not thought out booking. Terrible creative. Someone tweeted something out earlier. They're like, imagine, how could you hate Tony Khan? And I'm like, I don't think people really personally hate him. Like, I would fucking crush White Claws with that dude all night. He seems like a hoot. Like, we'd be friends. The thing is, though, is he's not a creative person, and he's not good at formatting TV and shit. And people will say, oh, but in Mexico, they like this shit. In Mexico, they like this. Yeah, but you can hone in, man. It's the way like WWE honed in on it, right? And not to make it about that, but look at these like huge, like they like trios matches and shit. Now you're pushing it with like 12-man tags. What is that? 10-man tag. Yeah. No, 6 and 6. So 12-man tag. Jesus Christ. Then you have Athena and Billy Starks. So thank God. But weren't they beefing? Or are they friends again now? And then they're taking on Rosa and Persephone. Okay, Persephone's cool. Thunder Rosa finally getting like some TV. It's in ROH, Lee Moriarty versus Blue Panther. So that's like a dream come true for Lee Moriarty. Good for him. But I mean, again. And then what is that ROH episode? Just like a half hour, a 1 hour? Is it just like clumped together matches? Like, I don't even know what Tony does with ROH anymore. And it's a travesty, man. It's really a travesty. So this, I'm not hyped for any of this. None of this screams off the page like, let's say, when Chad Gable is taking on fucking El Hijo for the AAA title, you're like, oh my God. And then they have a great showing for El Hijo. Who's going to get a great showing? Mystico against MJF? Like, who's going to actually benefit AEW in the long run? And I guess AEW, well, do they benefit CMLL? I'm sure they do. Just having like injecting some American talent into the Mexican scene is always a positive for them, and they're hungry for pro wrestling in general down there. And yeah, I give AEW credit for like pulling off this big arena show before WWE thought to do it. But again, I've pointed it out with MMA, like in the UFC, it's not about being first, all the time. It's not all the time. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I suppose that's my preview of it. And yeah, chat will let me know what they think about this card. Peter Tavares for 279 says, for a fellow Oilers fan, they blew it again. I said, yeah, they blew it fucking big time, man. They blew it big time. We'll actually talk about that in a bit because we have Jackie Redmond, and she was there covering the whole. I made the joke she's gotten more airtime on TNT than the entire AEW women's roster in the last year or a few months. But it's Jackie Redmond and Pat McAfee were with the Stanley Cup. So we're going to talk about that in a bit as well. Thomas Moore threw in 5. And did you ask something? It's criminal what Tony did to ROH. I'm just assuming that's what you had to say there, my friend. And thank you so much. Yeah, it absolutely is criminal what he's done to it. It could be their NXT. It could be, they could have had a rebirth as well. He just swapped out the belts for silver ones. Well, why not tell a story? Why not absorb the old ROH with your AEW titles and then fucking and then like 6 months later, bring back ROH, reintroduce it with the old aesthetic, and then have it be like a proving grounds, especially because you got rid of Dark and Dark Elevation. So why not take that approach? But instead, nah. It's just like, hey, we're here and we're on par with. If you have the ROH, I criticize WWE for the same shit. If you have the women's tag belts, you just get a shot at the women's fucking IC belt and the women. You know what I mean? I take shots at that shit all the time. Same thing here. Oh, Jericho's the ROH TV champ, so he gets a shot at the fucking AEW tag belts, or the trios champs are in a fucking 5-way and only 2 of the trios champs. I point this shit out all the time. That's the stuff that drives me nuts. Having divisions will be beneficial, like having more thought out divisions. WWE definitely does have more thought out divisions and more established divisions, but AEW, like, that's the sports-based shit we all thought we were going to get. We thought they were going to lean heavy into that, and they didn't. Quite unfortunate, actually. John Don Sebas1 for 5. Sorry about your Oilers, Phil. Sports can be a fickle bitch. I hope this helps your pain. Yeah, well, I mean, if you guys will indulge hockey talk for just one moment, I mean, I'm not gonna go crazy or spend a lot of time on this, but listen, Tampa won. If we're going back like 5-6 years, Tampa won. Florida made the finals. Florida won. Oilers made the finals twice. It's nothing to shake a stick at to make the finals twice as well. But to not take it to game 7 even, like, or just the way, I don't know, a video surfaced of McDavid like screaming, right fucking now. And it's like, man, you aren't doing shit. Like, you are a pretty player. You're an amazing player. You have 0 clutch factor. So don't scream at them about right fucking now. And then there's like little mistakes I could point out. I think the Oilers, like, by going with Pickard in the last game, they shouldn't have started him, even though he came in the game before and then didn't allow any goals and then they got the W. They should have still started Skinner the next game and let him play it out. And then, come game 6, okay, we might have to switch it up again. Whatever. It's okay. I'm devastated, but next year, hopefully we have a run. Oh, I've been saying that for 20 fucking years. 30 years, since they've won a thing, but in like 20 years ago, they made it to the finals against the Canes. So it was, yeah, you guys know. Anyways. But yeah, it was a great series, great hockey, like just great back and forth, both years, 2 years in a row. What a great rematch, But it's like at this point, and I'm an Oilers fan, of course, if I want to see them win a chip, but it's like any of my teams win a chip. But at this point, it's like I'd almost rather see Florida three-peat now. They have a little dynasty on their hands. I'd almost rather see them three-peat and then fucking just put it like then you can put the cherry on top and say, well, they're an actual dynasty, like a finals, then 3 in a row. That's some fucking Montreal Canadiens shit, Anyways, off of that, back to wrestling. Mr. Noob for 2 says CMLL streamed on YouTube 2 days ago and only has 56K. Exactly. Thank you. We're going to cover all that. Thank you, Mr. Noob. JWT6577 says for 5 says not trying to grab a goalie at the deadline and losing Hyman lost them that cup. Yeah, I mean, Hyman's a key factor. And then, yeah, they got to get a goalie. They got to go for something. But now people are like, we don't want McDavid here anymore. So it's going to be interesting. Anyways, let's stick with wrestling. It's been a long, busy day here, guys. Okay. So Let's get into, we have a lot of news, so ladies and gentlemen, let's get into some miscellaneous light news to kick things off. And we will share this, and I will play. We have Kenny D says I like my sports fake. Yeah. Then you love the NFL. No, just joking. That's the joke, though, right? That they are yeah. That they are rigged and shit, right? Isn't that the whole thing? Okay, so let's just see here. Everyone's arguing with Pete. Okay, guys, it is time for some bad news, okay? Not good news, but bad news, whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Tanahashi-san addressed the media on June 4th with a 10-point plan for the future of New Japan. A lot of it involves AEW. Not a lot of it involves any WWE type shit. I will keep you updated on that, and I'll actually give a more in-depth podcast on that with someone who's more in it, or maybe a couple people who are more in it than I am currently. So stay on the lookout for that. But yeah, Tanahashi's pleased with his AEW partnership for sure. Here is Priscilla Kelly. She's finally back at Wrestling Revolver.
And his opponent from Blue Creek, Georgia.
Sorry about that.
Her facing someone she knows very, very well, Dana.
Yeah, I mean, you might, as you mentioned, it's a first time ever matchup, but that doesn't mean that these two are not very familiar with each other. And it's a matchup that I think a lot of people, including maybe the participants, have been waiting to happen.
Oh, I agree. And, you know, according to Zach Veda, these two wrestle every night, sometimes during the day.
Yeah, so there you go. She wrestled her boyfriend or fiance or husband. I can't remember if they're married or not. So Rossi getting misted here. This was really cool. I just thought I'd bring it to the show.
Oh. いやいや、私はと。のし。私服ですよ、これ。スーツが。
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Shout out Rossi. Shout out Noah as well. And yeah, Pete Rock saying, if you constantly criticize this show but loved Worlds Collide, then you're a hypocrite. No, that's not true. And I'll explain why. How many fucking videos hyping up Zeuxis or whatever, Zeusis, did AEW do? And what has their social media done to like promote these people or get them over? Absolutely nothing. So yeah, Chad Gable spent his whole time like doing this lucha story and everything. There was actually like characters involved like Ray Phoenix and with the crossover with TNA and Laredo Kid and all of that. Like if you're putting the pieces together, and then they also did it on YouTube. So they're trying to push this as like a fucking, you know what I mean? Now, if this show's fun, like these matches are objectively shittier, but if these matches are fun, that's great. You know, like it wasn't the best wrestling in the world in every match during Worlds Collide, but what their objective was, it was an A+. We're about to see if this is an A+. You can't say now you're a hypocrite if you don't enjoy this. We haven't seen it yet. It could be some of the worst wrestling we've ever seen in our lives. You don't know that, right? So we have to see it first. Thomas Moore for 2 just says, I fear for both New Japan, to be honest. For New Japan, rather, to be honest. And thank you. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see as their relationship goes on. I'm going to do a whole pod about that, so you guys will see. The Godfather was involved in a truck accident, and his truck rolled 3 times. He and the driver walked away without a scratch. Jesus, man. So Godfather said on IG that, yeah, his truck hydroplaned, and it rolled 3 times, and nobody was hurt. Prayers up. I mean, I guess no prayer is necessary. The Godfather's all good. The good father. You know what I mean? So I'm super happy he's all right. Speaking of all right, we covered Myron Reed's very scary KO injury where he jumped over the top rope and KO'd himself. And Killer Kelly since returned to TNA to challenge Masha Slamovich for the TNA Knockouts title. And here is the next installment of Killer Goat TV Live. I guess it's live, where hopefully we'll be able to get an update on both her aspirations since returning to TNA and Myron Reed and his injury there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Killer Goat Show. A lot of things have happened lately to Young Goat, and one of those things being the Young Goat suffering his first severe concussion. And it was a hard fall, but I fell because I was protecting my lady. You know what? No, I'm not gonna cry. But I got some news for
Yes,
everybody, each and every one of y'all. Let them know, baby. What's the news?
This is so funny.
We got some big
I ain't gonna cry. He's crying.
news. My man, Myron Reed, is cleared.
Yeah.
And Killer Kelly is back. And this Saturday, it's the Killer Goats debut as a tag team. And it's going to be against Diana Parazzo and Steve MacLeod. Baby, I thought we were done with MacLeod. I'm certainly done with Red.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, the Young Goat finished that story. But Steve MacLeod wanted to reopen that book.
So yeah, man, he's all good. He's cleared. I don't think it was even like, I don't know if he had any like post-concussion shit, but he just like knocked himself out, you know. It was pretty scary. And he said on this show, like he was like, I've never had a bad injury, you know, because I asked him, I was like, you do a lot of crazy shit, you know, like what's the worst, like a stinger? And he's like, no, I've been fortunate. And then that scary ass fucking knockout, which like fortunately the dude knows how to land, I guess. And yeah, Killer Kelly tweeted out that she's going to be taking on Masha, and then they can team up after they duke it out again. So pretty much what the fans want. You know, we want to see them fight again for the belt, though, and then fuck it. And they could even have a trilogy of matches. Like Killer Kelly would be. And she also said on this show on PWT that, you know, she's like, hey, I mean, me and Masha, there's the NXT crossovers. I have unfinished business in NXT and shit, you know, so just stay on the lookout. And shout out the Killer Goats. So speaking of being on the lookout, man, William Patrick Corgan, Billy Corgan on Busted Open, says, hey, everybody be on the lookout for us on Roku. Good segue or what? Good transition? And he talks about they inked their first television deal in over 25 years.
Yeah, thank you. If anybody might have seen just the other day, it came out that we've signed our first real true first run television deal for NWA Power with Roku, the #1 streaming platform in North America. This is a deal that's took at least 6 to 9 months to put together. And I think it's the first significant NWA TV deal probably since the days of NWA TNA. And if you want to go back further than that, because obviously Jeff Jarrett was trying to build up TNA, you'd have to go back to somewhere into the 90s. So this is a huge deal for us. And it's a total credit to our team who, you know, many of them, you know, we worked very hard as a team to put this together. So credit to our great team for sticking with it. Many people have doubted the NWA's progress, doubted the NWA's game plan, which I said many, many times was going to take a long time. Yeah, thank you. If anybody might.
Hell yeah. Shout out William Patrick Corgan. I do like Billy Corgan. And shout out his brother Bill Burr. That time Scott Steiner went into the crowd. So here's just a throwback clip, and here's just like, I can't remember where they are in like India or somewhere, right? And Scott Steiner goes out in the crowd and they just fucking scatter.
मॉन्स्टर अबिस के सामने जब भी स्कॉट स्टाइनर और मॉन्स्टर अबिस रिंग की ओर आते हैं तो सबसे पहले उन्हें ना जाने क्यों एक खिंचाव सा महसूस होता है और दर्शक दीर्घा में जाकर हुड़दंग मचाना शुरू कर देते हैं
जो पहले भी कई बार मॉन्स्टर अबिस और स्कॉट स्टाइनर ये कर चुके हैं, पर आज ये इसलिए कर रहे हैं ताकि वो मानसिक दबाव बॉलीवुड बॉयज पर डाल सके।
मुझे नहीं लगता कि बॉलीवुड बॉयज
just clears out the crowd. The Bollywood boys, dude, shout them out. Holy. So ex-WWE star, speaking of Bollywood, Jinder Mahal announces he's tying the knot with longtime partner Priya. So congratulations to them. Don't ever hinder Jinder. And for those of you who don't know, I am in fact a big Jinder Mahal mark. And I loved when he was WWE champion. And you can check my Twitter feed. I am not capping about that. So shout out Jinder, dude. The G1 Climax. The G1 Climax. Oh. Mine was like an A+. Oh, no. So the A block, Haruki Goto, Bolton Oleg, Yuya Uemura, Yota Tsuji, David Finlay, Evil, Sonata, Hiroshi Tanahashi, and then 2 like wild cards. And then on the B block, you have El Phantasmo, Shota Umino, Shingo Takagi, Zack Sabre Jr., Great Okan, Gabe Kidd, Ren Harita, Konosuke Takeshita, and then 2 play-in winners or, wild card winners. And yeah, there you go. Those are the G1 participants for the Climax 35 there. Elena Black, Cora Jade picked up a win in her first match since her WWE departure. And guys, I'm not trying to shit on anybody at all. I'm not shitting on her at all. We talked about Abaddon's going to have a hard time getting booked according to Conan. We talked about Tegan Knox going to have a hard time getting booked according to her own words, right? And we talked about, oh, look, these wrestlers are all like, yeah, we'll go work for AEW. Of course, because it's hard out there, especially with how inflated a lot of these salaries have gotten over the years, etc. Here's Elena Black at her first match.
Finish it. That's a wrap. Era of Elena. Let's go.
So I ain't shitting on it, but like, yeah, is this, maybe she just took this match to stay sharp or what? But to go from WWE, I mean, Priscilla Kelly, we just saw her roll out. It was like, she had lights and a fucking big production behind her stuff. Well, not big, but, interesting to see. I want to see where Javier Bernal turns up, though, Priscilla Kelly, Gigi Dolan, says her patella came out of place during her first post-WWE match with her fiancé, Zachary Wentz, at a pro wrestling Revolver show. So we just saw that entrance, and speaking of her, she says, my patella came out of place. It does that from time to time. It's an anatomy issue I've had my whole life, and I've managed to always work through it, even sometimes continuing matches after it happens. It's not an injury. It just hurts a good bit, and I have to pop it back into place now. Now sorry guys. So hopefully she's okay. Speedy recovery for her. She's saying it's all good. Speaking of Elena Black, though, she shares a new vignette of her killing her old self off in Minecraft.
Hey, I know you can hear it. The noise that drowns out their cheers and admiration. It comes when things are supposed to be full and vibrant. And you think a shot or hell even a bottle can drown out that noise? That noise has always been me. So let's make one thing clear. This was never your story. It was always mine. While you stood there and smiled for them and aimed to earn their love with that surface level mean girl bullshit. When all along I was the one who carried you. I was that brute force that you could always call on from within.
So basically, it's the dual personalities, and Elena Black was behind. It was me, Austin. So the bad dude Tito says WWE ID these nuts. So good for him. Reality of wrestling, we have Chelsea Green will be part of the draft, or she was part of the draft. They're doing it WWE style where they're getting all these legends, but it's not really legends. It's like big names, you know, from like WWE and around the IWC, and Maven was one of the names. He's a YouTuber and shit, you know, nowadays. So people with names in the business are helping them out with their draft.
Reality of wrestling. It is your hot mess. First ever, longest reigning, most dangerous United States Women's Champion, 2-time tag team champion, and future Hall of Famer. Hey Booker, WWE superstar Chelsea Green, here to announce the most important draft pick of them all. She's girly, she's gritty, she is oh so freaking pretty. Drafted to glory is my girl, the Pink Dream, Alex Gracia.
There, so she like announced the fucking pick, and there was a bunch of people who did those. So Joe Coffey talks about how he's actually landlocked in the US after being released by WWE. So he's like fucked right now, you know?
I like that sign behind you, Gala's tour. You guys are going on tour?
Hopefully we will be touring. To cut a long story short, with the release and the contract, so we're in the process of going through a new visa, which hopefully won't be too lengthy, costly, but it's going to be an investment. Unfortunately, just now we have to be landlocked in the US, so it means we can't work in the US or get back to Europe or Japan or anything. So just a bit of a waiting game. It's a bit frustrating because I've been wrestling for a long, long time, coming up for 16 years now. It's what I know, and I'm just itching to get my boots on, tie the laces up, and just get back to work and get back in the ring. So hopefully it won't be too long.
Or you can't even work inside the US right now, so you can't even wrestle anywhere right now. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, so being like an international talent, with that contract comes a visa.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the visa goes with the contract. Going through a new visa process, we cannot leave the country. It's going to take as long as it's going to take, unfortunately.
I like that.
Yeah, so that is unfortunate, and hopefully they get that all fucking sorted out. Hey, Rock, help these guys out a little bit, huh? No, I don't know. He probably knows the president, though. Or Triple H, whoever knows him. Call RFK. I'll get your visas sorted. No. Okay. Moving along here. All right. So NWA, we talked about them a little bit earlier, but NWA 77 is coming to New York. The NWA celebrates 77 years of power, prestige, and unforgettable action. Friday, August 16 at the Paramount. Experience the biggest NWA event of the year, a night of champion surprises scheduled to appear. Tom Latimer, Kenzie Page and her sister Kylie Page, the Overlord EC3 with Pretty Boy Smooth, Natalia Markova, Colby Carino. Yeah, here's the thing. I was confusing Natalia Markova with this other girl who would do like backstage interviews for NWA, or I'm confusing her right now. Whatever, those two women, I was conflating them. Okay. And now someone pointed that out to me, and I'm like, oh, thank God. And one of them has tattoos, arm sleeves, and the other one doesn't. So you didn't got to fucking notice that. But either way, I think their names are similar or something. Whatever, doesn't matter. But yeah, here's EC3. No.
Hallelujah. This is EC3, hashtag Overlord, hashtag Lord, Savior of the NWA, proud to announce that NWA 77 is coming to New York, August 16th. And Monday, noon, we have tickets going on sale, NWALiveEvents.com. So come see the stars of the NWA, the Overlord EC3. Come see his loyal giant, Pretty Boy Smooth. Come see Pastor CeeLo. Hit him with an amen. He's not
Amen.
here. Come see La Princesa Tiffany Nieves. Come see a bootleg version of me in the past. Carson Drake. Come see all the great stars of NWA live.
EC3 is literally MJF is just EC3. That's what it is.
816 NWA 77. Oh, I guess Tom Latimer's the champion. He'll be there, whatever. 816 NWA 77. NWALiveEvents.com. Click it now. Ticket now.
All right, shout out EC3. So moving along here, we have Masha Slamovich and Elena Black are running it back in GCW at Boss of All Bosses for the GCW or the JCW World Championship, actually. So the JCW World Champion Masha's defending against Elena at a GCW show. It's great. So Kayla Becker, the former Kayla Braxton, is now, hit her up if you need some voice work or broadcasting work. If you're looking for someone with range timing and a rent payment looming, let's make something great and billable. Shout her out and guys hit her up. Yeah, hopefully I'm gonna retweet that and hopefully she gets booked or whatever. Why'd she leave WWE again? Why'd she do that? Was that did they just not renew her or did she choose to go? Chat, I forget. Let me know. So according to Wrestle Purists or Justin Barrasso or whatever, there's these rumors floating around, a lot of them about Vince buying back WWE and Vince wanting to get into BKFC. We covered this a little while ago, a little bit, talked about it at least. And what else? Like TKO is going to ditch WWE and all this shit. It's not going to happen. That's literally restarted to say that. But anyways, Vince McMahon recently made a move to purchase controlling interest in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. David Feldman, BKFC's founder and president, confirmed that a meeting occurred and that McMahon is resolute about a return to promoting. He's a great guy. His whole team is great, but the timing wasn't right for us. He's Vince McMahon. If I were him, I'd want creative control too. He was awesome, very complimentary, and he was very serious to do business. So basically, Vince, he would have come in and said, yeah, but I need to control it, pal. It's the Paul Heyman thing. It's just the wrestling promoter thing. And the people who own it, they are in business with allegedly with seedy people and stuff, So that's more in the MMA sphere and world if you want to look into that. Vince likes to control outcomes. I don't know if BKFC is the right run for him, and I just don't think BKFC is in a good position financially anyways right now. And so he really has all of the negotiating power in that instance. So Paul Walter Hauser, he plays myriad. He's an award-winning actor, and he's on Cobra Kai as Stingray primarily. And he shares his unique pro wrestling Mount Rushmore with Ariel Helwani. And I think this dude, Paul Walter Hauser, is actually playing Chris Farley in a biopic or something. But either way, let's hear. He'll tell Ariel Helwani what his favorite, and he has a Chris Farley tattoo here as well as an SNL tattoo. And he shares what his Mount Rushmore of pro wrestlers is in his mind.
My Rushmore goes Sting, then Brett, then Rick, and then Jericho.
Jericho. How do we get there? Love him, fellow Canadian, but not a lot of people would have him there.
A lot of people.
Here's the problem. Tim Dillon should play Chris Farley, but Tim Dillon can't do the physical. Hauser will be a physically funny guy, and he's a great actor who could carry tremendous like dramatic scenes, and you know, he's a good actor, so he can't, you have to sacrifice him looking like Farley, you know, and it's also, this is like a dream role of his, right? But Tim Dillon, as far as like just the look and being a stand-up and shit and having similar roots, I think that, yeah, but it'll be a good movie, no less. I like Paul Walter Hauser. I know we've covered him here. Like, he DM'd Conan like a fucking 7-page essay about why he's like a good wrestler, or like, I'm not a good wrestler, but like Bam Bam Bigelow was a fat guy too, or whatever. It was like, dude, come on, man. But and he quit Twitter because why wouldn't you? You know, it's a toxic fucking sludge waste landfill. But anyways, here's his Mount Rushmore. He said Sting. He said Brett. He puts Jericho on the list, which is what everybody's laughing about.
People nowadays hate him because it's like his wife voted for Trump or something.
No, I don't care about that. I just think he doesn't usually. No, I mean,
Jericho just can't be on a Mount Rushmore, in my opinion, but it's just subjective. But if you're talking like Mount Rushmore, he just can't be when you have all these other people. Like, there's Stone Cold and Rock and all these other fucking guys that you almost just have to name just by default. Like, even I don't like Hulk Hogan, but he's got to be on there. Like, personally, Terry Bollea. I loved Hulk Hogan on TV. Same with Benoit, right? Like, I'll retweet his matches when people show him and Eddie. I don't condone what he did, right? He was a fucking tremendous wrestler, though. Just as wrestling, one of the best ever, man, you know, in his time. So, you know, you could say the same about Jimmy Snuka. We didn't know about that shit till later, but he was like one of the most over dudes. You could argue he was more over than some of the guys Vince was like dead set on pushing, you know, at that time. So it's like Jimmy Snuka, even, right? Hindsight's always 20/20, and personal lives aside, we don't know these people. We just react to them as fucking characters on TV. And I just think Jericho can't be on there, especially not now, but he is one of the GOATs for sure. Like, even with his AEW run, you have to put Jericho up as like, there's a reason he was the first undisputed champ, beat Rock and Austin, and he came in with the big Y2J thing, and he was getting over in WCW, you know. There's a reason for all that, and he stayed over for years and years, was able to reinvent himself. But here's the thing with Hauser. Him and Jericho are friends, and Jericho let him sing Judas in the Cobra Kai show and all that shit. So I think that's why you're putting him on there, but it's subjective at the end of the day, right? Everybody has their own list. You just made the list.
Chris Jericho, Y2J, incredible.
I mean, let's take 30 seconds to go through the career.
Okay.
Proving himself, Canadian Stampede, like wrestling, the Heart Dungeon or whatever, Mexico, ECW, Japan,
Germany, don't leave that out,
WCW, creates an amazing character in WCW where he's super obnoxious from like 97, 98, has the Gilbert thing.
Yeah.
Has Ralphus, his manager, bangers with Dean Malenko and Eddie Guerrero and all these guys. Comes to WWF. One of the great pops of all time is Break the Walls Down.
It's true. And one of like the best promo battles, you know, him and Rock, like no one ever will forget that.
Jericho showing up, Millennium Man or whatever.
Oh God. And I was so fucking mad when he became undisputed champ. And I was like, kid, dude, I just was angry, you know, and that was and then Triple H got so over with me because he came back looking like a fucking alien from another planet. He was so jacked. And then like the build to 18. And I know, you know, the stories are like, oh, Jericho and Triple H had to fucking follow Hogan and Rock. But dude, at that time for me, I was like, and more, like it was the cherry on top, you know. It was amazing.
As the run in WWE, which is, I guess it would have been 99 through 2018.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
2017?
Yeah.
That is a long ass time to stay relevant and capture all those titles and have classic matches with Shawn Michaels and Kevin Owens, being a tag team with the Big Show, Jericho. I think the stuff with the Festival of Friendship and the clipboard and being on the list is some of the best sports entertainment promo stuff ever.
We have to watch that video that Grapple Vision made about the list, because like Jericho didn't invent that actually. You know, it's something that I don't want to. I'm gonna fuck it up, but it's something along the lines of like someone was doing something very similar on the indies, and then Jimmy Jacobs, I think. I don't want to throw poor Jimmy Jacobs under. No, not poor Jimmy Jacobs. That dude's great. But I think like he saw it on the indies and then he gave it to Jericho type thing, you know?
Some of the best stuff of the last 10 years for sure. And then he's a huge part of why AEW exists and was taken seriously. What he's done there, and then in Japan, going into the Painmaker and having the bit of the bubbly, having the musical number with MJF. I think he's easily Rushmore.
He's evolved a lot. I mean, it's amazing how many different iterations of his character.
He's had, I mean, the promos, the matches, the pre-tapes. It's like, there aren't that many people who can do all of the things well.
Yeah.
He's done all of the things well, whether anybody likes him or not. And
yeah, I mean, I think they're buds, but that doesn't really matter to me, you know? He makes a good argument. So we have the world premiere. Actually, no, we're not going to world premiere that. Ladies and gentlemen, that was miscellaneous news. Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Okay, so we have Grand Slam starting as well. Olay. We have some TNA news that we are going to get into as well. Let me check in with chat. Cash Monet's been a member for 6 months. Hell yeah, dude. You are acknowledged.
Acknowledge me.
And King Dingaling's been a member for 2 months and says, if AEW contributed to Max the way some claim, they'd have been mentioned in all the news on WBD Split, but not a peep. These sickos went full restarted. Well, we're going to talk about that in a bit as well. And we also have some WWE Netflix contrast, like something I found no one else sleuthed out. But yeah, shout you out, King Dingaling. You also get acknowledged.
Acknowledge me.
And thank you so much. Let's switch over here. Let's switch gears to TNA news. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, is Hangman cooking or what? Is cooking. So he's speaking on Espanol. This place looks fucking packed, man. Okay, so he's cooking. I don't know necessarily what he's saying, but anyways, Tessa Blanchard versus Ariana Grace match leads to a memo from TNA management about slaps and open hand strikes. We covered that on the member show. WWE star Ariana Grace has finished up with TNA Wrestling after Against All Odds, which was her last scheduled date for the company now. That's via Indy Hartwell's vlog. Joe Hendry made his entrance at Triple Mania Regia, and it was fucking hilarious because he had... Listen to the music. It's like a remix. That's amazing. And the crowd, he was so fucking over. Speaking of which, we also have a video of Joe Hendry with Mr. Iguana, because why not? Might as well go viral as shit.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Yeah, dude. Why not? Why not run the views up with that? You know what I'm saying? So someone posted from This Is TNA. They called this is actually TNA's account and they deleted it. So there you go. Fuck. Did they delete it? Damn. And then Steph DeLander responded and said, LMAO, I thought the same. And then fucking Nyla Rose is like, damn. jumped on it. Look at this, guys, and TNA deleted it. So they called Tessa Blanchard the Diamante. And then Diamante from LAX, who, by the way, I'm a fucking fan of as well. And I always thought she could have done way more in AEW. And Diamante, she owns the patent on that. And so there you fucking go, man. Diamante had that theme too, I'm pretty sure, that was like down. Is she still in AEW? Where it was like down, click, click, bang, bang with the fucking guns? Is that her? Dude, that theme goes hard as shit. With the hats. Down, down. Boom, boom. That shit fucking slaps. Is that Ruckus? Whoever cooked that theme? Bravo. Can't say the same about Jordan Grace's, but Diamante's theme cooked. Anyways, TNA deleted that shit. So breaking, TNA Wrestling welcomes Pittsburgh's own Mark Madden to the broadcast booth for a live event on June 20th, coming up here at UPMC Events Center. So shout out Mark Madden, I guess. For the first time ever, TNA will live stream some of the TV taping this Friday from Pittsburgh before the episode actually airs next week, and it will be free on TNA Plus. Yeah, so good for them. There you go. They'll be live streaming some of the tapings early to garner interest, I guess. It's a good move. Chris Bay, the former X Division and World Tag Champion, filed trademarks for The Greatest Story Ever Told and Chris Bay. Good for him, man. And yeah, his shit's going to be made into a fucking movie one day. You know what I mean? And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA news. A 14-man. They added men to the match. They added people to this fucking match. Before I was like, what is it, 10? No, 6 on each side, so it's 12. Now it's 7 on each side. They added people. Holy shit. Okay, so we have some more segments to get into. I'm just going to check in with chat and also hydrate a little bit. And so Dax is here. There's no cash. So they false advertise cash. Cash. Okay. Card subjects to change, I guess. Okay, so yeah, he's just not there. Sounds gravy. We have some, we're going to get into some AEW news. We have some, but first we have here, let me chug down some coffee. And guys, there's over 300 people watching. If you're over on X, come on over to YouTube. Okay, hit like, hit subscribe, all that good shit. Appreciate you. And become a member for 99 cents for access to my Member Monday shows. Okay, do that. Or don't. Or hit dislike or pull a Pete Rocks and just come talk shit in the chat or whatever. But yeah, I'm going to play a Jericho on you guys. He's going to have a run-in Mexico here. But yeah, 14-man tag. Is the ring regulation size? I think it is. They have a big stage. So far, the show's been cooking. I mean, unless this matches the shits and shits the bed. It's like the opening promo was dope. Stokely was funny. They're like, Cash isn't there. Okay. That's some Mexico shit if I've ever seen it in my life to pull that. No. But But yeah, I mean, this place is packed to the tits and this stage looks fucking beautiful. And so I'm actually interested. But then this match might just be a complete and utter shit show. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm just stuck watching 310 watching, guys. Okay. Let's get into some news. We have actually not even news. What this is right here is everybody's, because this is a match for the sickos, and this is a sicko segment. So Wrestling News Co. says, why are there always references to the women's division and never the men's division? The men's world title is called the WWE world title, but the women's title is called the women's world title. Same in AEW. You fucking all right. So Orange Crush says indie wrestling is full of snakes. Don't believe what you read. So are you guys familiar with Kevin Gill? I guess he says supporting your friends and people you look up to greater than being a clout-chasing weirdo using people's life struggles and tragedies as a way to get clicks and comments on social media. And so someone asked, like, what is the background behind this besides supporting what people already know? KG is a snake. And then this guy says, Brett expressed concern about a friend's welfare on Facebook, and then this post appeared. So just responding with my personal experience on the matter. And then here's like these messages, I guess. So he's messaging KG, and he's like, I'll see you at Arthur Ashe. Maybe you'll learn to spell your own name by tonight, you fucking low-life loser, and you have nothing to say about the situation at hand. You're pathetic. And then this guy's like, I don't answer to you. I also don't book talent for shows. I also don't know the personal details of every person who was brought in or even who was being brought in and for what reason. Instead of caping for a creep and having his minions do his bidding, the creep can deal with his issues himself with the people involved. Or you can grandstand for him to the person who brought him in, or you can contact the person who wanted to come in. So I think they're mad because they booked some guy who's like a fucking creep. Android gross. Yeah, I don't know. So wait, you first asked me to threaten you in person, then you realize you might run into me and you say to leave you alone. You're a 7-foot pussy. I paid you well and on time for anything I ever asked you to do personally. You weren't fucking man enough to ask for money to show up to work till you were afraid you were irrelevant, and you still aren't a fucking man when the scumbags you work do some of the... So this is like Kevin Gill going back and forth. I think the blue is like the guy sending it, right, chat? I don't know. Is this on a fucking Android? What is... Like, what are the bubbles? I don't know who's who here. But yeah, this is just unfortunate that these guys are like gonna come throwing dukes or whatever over this shit. It happens, man. This wrestling business is lots of egos. So Ringside News says, do you agree with the remarks said about WWE stalkers can't get any action? Conan. So Conan says, orale. He says, where's my Conan here? We better give him one. Conan. One time for the sickos. So Conan says WWE women get hate from guys who can't get laid and turn to stalking. Conan! Yeah. Yep, nailed it. Ding, ding, ding. So Elboo had this to say. Crowd chanting for Goldberg during Gunther's promo. All these wrestling fans be on the internet and reading the reports. Casuals are the minority. I don't care what anybody says. And I just quote tweet this and I go, he's so far up his own ass. Casuals are the lifeblood of every industry, bar extremely niche outliers. Goldberg has been a star for like 30 years. The IWC just bitches about Yeet and Goldberg constantly, so they'd be booing those guys if it were a true reflection of the internet. They chanted his name because before Elbu was born, Goldberg was selling out buildings and rivaling the entire NWO on his own. NWO, by the way, is still the top selling fucking t-shirt in WWE. You know, Goldberg came in and was rivaling them as a one guy thing. They were also in fucking Green Bay. If all of those folks read the shit sheets, then why don't the subscription and Discord numbers reflect that? Boom. Cooked him. Someone ring the bell. He's down. It's over for the count. You know, I don't care what anyone says, bro. I would, and hey, Elbu, I would love if that were true, because I want WWE numbers on PWT, right? Like, I would love that to be true, brother. Not that even I'm a shit sheet, but you guys know what I mean? Like, I would love if everyone was a sicko and consuming, right, wrestling content, and the buildings sold out were full of sickos. I would love that. Well, maybe, I don't know, the world would probably be a darker place, but that'd be better for my bottom line too, Elbu, all right? But ultimately, dude, that is not what's happening there, okay? Shelton Benjamin and Awful Wrestling, who, unfortunately, I don't think he's going to make the show tonight. I was really hoping that was going to happen, guys. But Shelton Benjamin and Awful Wrestling had an exchange. And I don't even know if they had an exchange. Just Shelton said what he said here. But Awful said, working 1 day a week with no practice beforehand results in this. And it's just like a botch between Mike Bailey and Kevin Knight and all this shit. And then Shelton Benjamin jumps in and says, to read what you and a few others post, you would think this is a regular occurrence for us, when it in fact is just one misstep. Mistakes happen even with the best. Get over yourself. And then Neckbeard says, yet they seem to happen a lot in AEW. It's not your fault. Next time you need to follow the lead of a real pro wrestler like Speedball Mike Bailey. Oh, come on. Oh, come on now, Neckbeards. Why you got to drag Mike Bailey into? That's not very fair to bring Speedball into this, Eric. Okay? I'm here for a Speedball Mike Bailey at StarCast this year. Holy shit. But then Benjamin plays it cool and he goes, I'm on it. Yeah, fuck yeah. At least he's like, he's not taking it seriously. I love that shit. And fucking shout out Neckbeards, dude. That popped me hard, dude. I like Mike Bailey. Come on, that's not very fair. No, and then Benjamin just popped for it, so that's good shit. And Awful, I mean, he grabs the attention with some of these posts. But that is true. Like, okay, more often than not, is AEW more botchy than WWE? Yeah. Is it happen all the time, though? No, especially relative to how crazy. Like, yes, this is what we got to remember, too. Oh, my God, he just dropped him on his head. To them, they're like, oh, well, that was dope. You know what I'm saying? So you're like, all right. But yeah, we have these dudes. Like, look at this. Someone sent me this, or I saw this floating, whatever, and I saved it. And Tuke's like, Raw hits an all-time low. 348,000 households around the world watched live. And then this guy, the New Geeks, AEW haters, crickets, where they at? But look, these people are all blocked. You know what I'm saying? Like, everyone's blocked. And I'm like, this is just incestuous and sad. Where's anyone who will refute the bullshit? They're all blocked. You know? Tom Pestock responded to some guy. This guy like called. So Tom Pestock, Baron Corbin, Bishop Dyer. He said, and Neckbeards, of course, is under here. What did I miss? Well, Neckbeards, let me fill you in. What had happened was this guy like made a joke, and then Baron Corbin made the joke. Oh, my 6-year-old's as tall as Johnny Gargano. And then this guy quote tweeted it and was like, your 6-year-old's a little bitch. That's what he said. Like, called his 6-year-old a little bitch. And then Baron Corbin, Tom Pestock, Bishop Dyer says, it's really sad you can't make a joke about a friend and former coworker without the insane toxic IWC coming after you. If you act like this about wrestling, just know you ruin it for fans and talent. Reevaluate your life. It's pathetic. I think Johnny is dope. Exactly. He just nailed it right on the head there. Like, you don't have to take it to the sicko level. Now, this is the type of sicko I enjoy. Conrad, speaking of Conrad, he tweeted this out. Now, this is commitment. This guy got a fucking tattoo on his head of homicidal suicide. I don't know. We can't even say these words on YouTube, folks. Sabu. It's a wrestler. This is a gimmick in a parody pro wrestling show. It's a nickname. YouTube. And so, yeah, he got that tatted on the back of his head, dude. That is amazing. Sicko action. The crowd is hot as shit for this match, by the way. Speaking hot as shit, this guy at Davey DTD is hot as shit for Abaddon, and he grossed her out. And he says, hey. And then she doesn't answer, obviously. And then 8 minutes later, he says, and this is at 10 a.m., folks. And he says, how much do I have to pay to watch you play with that fat pussy? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Dude, I'm ready to spend if you're ready to work it for me. Oh, my God. Ugh.
You what?
Jesus Christ. And then, yeah, she's like, fucking, ew, gross. Or, yeah, she just tweets out gross. It's like, yeah, dude, why do you think that would work in any scenario? And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the sicko segment. Cringe, dude. Yeah, that's the cringe I live for, though, right? Oh, it's embarrassing. It really is. I feel embarrassed for him because it's like, 10 a.m. too. Get in the shower, bud. Cool off, buddy. That was pretty pretty obnoxious there. So we have other news to get into. We have Dave Meltzer, of course. We'll talk about him in a bit. And then we have AEW. Chat, I want you all to tell me, as we watch this match, do you guys want AEW or WWE news first? Let me know in chat what you guys want. It is Wednesday, of course, so that will be a brilliant segment. I'm going to check where the likes are at as well over on the Clips channel and how many are watching over there. There's 160 on the Clips channel, and then we have 330 watching total. Come on over from X to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. 30 of you hit the goddamn like button, or else Jericho's doing a run-in. Please and thank you. I've given you so much gold already. WWE first. WWE. Okay, I like that. Yeah, we can save the AEW stuff. Give us the most. Okay, X-Jet. That's a typo, or you being fucking racialist. Don't do that. Jericho gimmicks get stale in 2 weeks. No wonder. Well, in AEW, they kind of did. See, he struck gold with a little bit of the bubbly and my palatial estates, and all that shit. And then it just sort of fizzled out, pun intended, from there, right? And that little bit of the bubbly, like that was COVID time, I think, just hit. And he was selling that shit hand over fist, man, because people were inside drinking. That's what people did during the pandemic. You know what I mean? So, and we're going to get, just don't be like that, dude. Typo. Good. Yes. I was going to say, like, whoa. You meant spicy, which is what I think, because the hot news, right? The spicy hot news. Good. All good. Thank you, good sir. Okay. Holsters it. Oh, I wanted to time out someone. Yeah, holster at 626. Don't get hot now. We're all friends here. Okay, so just joined Sir David Sardes, and he says, just joined, sir. I love your shows for months. Thank you, good sir. Thank you, and welcome to the madness, and I'm glad you're here, and thank you for supporting by becoming a member. Just noticed JD from NY hasn't been on Hog commentary since Monet and Tony Yayo kicked him off commentary. I mentioned to him on Insta and he blocked me. Oh no. Oh, dude. And do you notice, like, when he went on that crazy rant about the sheets, like, well, the sheets aren't fucking wrong. Why do you care? And it's like, damn, is he like, because, dude, when people start getting you fired from your job and shit, it's fucked, you know? Like, that's fucked up. And then you start going, oh, maybe I shouldn't say this or that. It's fucked, man. And I feel for him, you know? So that is unfortunate, and it's shitty if he blocked you, dude. Maybe he'll unblock you. That's what he did to me. So he was over there, now he's over here now. I was with HOG, now I'm over here now. Oh, hog? Like a hog? Yeah, I fucked one. Oh, sorry, guys. We do very, we work blue here at PWT. Blue? Oh, no. Anyways, we got more news, guys. We're just watching this match. I was hoping like one match would end before I could move on so I could kind of like give it its due, right? But they're just going like no one's on the apron. Everybody's just taking their turn on who's going to get tagged next. And in Mexico, this shit works. This crowd's hot as fuck. This stage looks legit too. You know, or the stage, the ring rather, same poop, different group. But you knew it was going to because they can like drive one in on a truck if it's in Mexico, you know? And then again, they tried to do the green, white, and red ropes, but they did the black, white, and red ropes. It looks more like, and again, WWE sort of did the same thing. Do your own thing. Do your own thing. You know, figure out a way to be unique. Anyways. Bandito's super over with this crowd. Yeah, I don't know. Super kick to Josh Alexander. Suplex. No, he's getting him up top. Okay. Let's do WWE news first. Let's do WWE news first. And we do got a bit, man. We do have a good chunk of this. So yeah, let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for some Federation. So right after Dave Meltzer and them were like, more 3-hour SmackDowns into July. And then Variety reports WWE SmackDown is seemingly set to return to 2 hours from August 15th. USA is reportedly introducing a new show called The Rainmaker, which, you guys guessed it, Dave makes about Okada. Of course he does. During the final hour of SmackDown. Here is a video from Alfred Konua, who says no matter how many run-on tantrums whining about math and ticket sales Dave Meltzer throws when WWE counter-programs AEW, WWE is countering AEW's buzz. And, this is a little bit, it fits into all categories, but it mainly pertains, it's a WWEW, so here we are.
Goldberg returned on Raw to confront Gunther, and I'm telling you right now, Goldberg is going to win the world title at Saturday night's
It wouldn't shock me, guys, because then they can go rematch at SummerSlam, and then he just drops it at SummerSlam, you know what I mean? Or to whoever wins it from him. You know, it's a wild prediction, but I would not be shocked. And you could even have Jey Uso be the one to get it off of Goldberg somehow. But again, is Goldberg's body able to do that? That's what I'm worried about. But we'll see.
WWE is counter-programming AEW all in Texas that night, not to put them out of business or to hurt ticket sales, but to hurt what counts most in any wrestling war: popularity, buzz, relevancy. By the end of All In, WWE wants you talking about WWE. Not the Great White Hope, Adam Page saving AEW from skinheads, but Goldberg winning the world title in his retirement match and possibly losing it in a cash-in after taking his own move.
Ooh, yeah, that's right. See, Chad, I fucked that up too. I think me and Jake were talking about that. But yeah, the cash in as well as there. Imagine Seth cashes in on Goldberg after he beats Gunther. And then that's how, and I explained this as well on the members show, I think. So become a goddamn member and you hear this stuff first. That's how you turn Gunther babyface too. Because everyone's like, well, how do we turn him babyface naturally? And I always pitch this. You don't change anything about Gunther. You just like naturally have him be a badass, kick-ass dude. But how do you do it with something like this where he's forced to chase somebody that we don't like even more? You know, Goldberg beats Gunther. We're like, what the fuck? Seth cashes in, stomps Goldberg, wins the belt. And then the shock and moments there, the buzz is there, like Kona was saying. And then you have Jey Uso wanting to go after Seth. And Gunther wanting to go after Seth, but then Jay wanting to go after Gunther still, and then you can get a triple threat. You know what I mean? All of these sorts of things down the line. It works, man. This might be the route they're going. Leave it to @ThisIsNasty Pro Wrestling Bitch. Shout him out to drop some bars like this.
Move the spear from Braun Breaker. Regardless, a predictable Gunther win in the main event will do nothing to compete with AEW's finest hour. A Goldberg win, on the other hand, will completely upstage a title change in AEW, even if it does.
Yeah, it's like the moment where Mick Foley won the belt and everyone will be like, what the fuck? And they'll have to switch over to see. But unfortunately, in social media, it's all about the social media numbers and shit.
Mercifully end AEW's worst storyline of all time. Just ask Ospreay.
AEW sucks right now.
Goldberg.
Let's see it, man. Let's see it. I want Goldberg to win the title just to watch the IWC meltdown. And speaking of Goldberg, here was him mere moments after he made his return, and he's blown up to shit, sweating profusely. I don't know if him winning the title is the way to go if he looks like this. I think they should not do it. If they're hoping to get it. Well, unless they have no. If it's a cash in with Seth, if they're doing my idea and trying to push it to SummerSlam, that's a bad idea. Like, I hope that they're not trying to do a long-term play like that. If they're just doing it like that night he wins, Seth cashes in, Breaker spears Goldberg, right? And then he eats a tsunami, and then the stomp, and then the one. Do that, you know? Fucking do that. Look at him. Look how blown up he is. He's got, and his knees too. They're just bent in that way you see when the wrestlers get old and their knees start going. Yeah. Ah! I'm here for it, Eric. Speaking of Mexico, it's a hot lucha summer. WWE today announced its return to Mexico this July with shows scheduled for Saturday, July 26 at Arena CDMX and Sunday, July 27 at the Arena Monterrey. These will mark the only WWE events taking place in Mexico. Names advertised include AAA stars Pagano, Psycho Clown, and Mystery Iguana, as well as Penta, Rey Fenix, Dominic, Cody Rhodes, Jey Uso, United States Champion, Jacob Fatu, Gunther, Stephanie. What? Everybody. And yeah. Mexico Super Show, a 2-day affair. Speaking of, no, I'm not even going to do that. Charlotte Flair says Chicago is the worst city and absolutely has the worst fans in the world. The best fans in the world are from the Northeast. I think so. They're the smartest ones overall. Chicago fans are the worst. It's the worst wrestling city in the world, the worst, and they know what's wrong with them. Okay. Shaquille O'Neal and Tyrese Halliburton and another WWE, or NBA guy were added to WWE 2K25. And they didn't even give everybody the fucking celebrity that was supposed to be in the last DLC pack. So I don't know what 2K's doing. They need to fuck around and figure this shit out. You know what I mean? Conan says The Undertaker is looking to officially join the creative team in WWE. Gee, you think? Undertaker wants... No, I love Conan for getting this out there because, I mean, he's going to be working there more. I get why he wants his wife around, especially with the heart issue. And if anybody would understand, like, good creative, it's Undertaker, you know? He got the most out of everything he did. So Undertaker wants to get into creative. He likes it a lot, and he's been... part of creative Money in the Bank. He was at the other one, Worlds Collide, and he's very interested in being part of the creative team in WWE. Again, before this aired on K100, Husey DM'd me this, and I read it on the fucking show, I believe. So you guys got to become a member. And he's very interested in being part of WWE creative, or part of the team in WWE. He'd do very well. I listened to some of his, his thoughts on the business, and I agree with him. For sure, man. Here's Cody Rhodes, a picture of him in the Naked Gun movie. And I legit can't wait. The Naked Gun trilogy is one of my favorites. I didn't even know he was in it. And this is essentially another sequel. And I'm just looking forward to it. At first, I thought it would be a tragedy. And then I saw the trailer. And now I'm like, don't show me anything until the movie comes out. Like, Karrion Kross defeated Cruz del Toro on Main Event before Raw. And he got another huge ovation. Yeah, we got to keep doing this. Okay, we got to keep getting this guy over. He needs something. Triple H, I'm watching you. I'm watching you, dog. He better get a fucking push, man. Big time this year. Conan says he told WWE President Nick Khan he believed they hit a home run with the Worlds Collide show earlier this month, and Nick Khan's response was, no, we hit a grand slam. AEW Grand Slam live in Mexico City tonight. The best guys.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
That's fucking funny. Disco cleared it up too. They were in context. They were talking about like the internet numbers. If you guys watched NXT, so basically a bunch of shit went down. Blake Monroe signed her contract. Bitch slap JC Jane. Inamura pinned Trick Williams. AJ Francis teased doing the flop dollar flop, and he fucking didn't do it though, and it was amazing. And him and KC and NXT are fucking mwah. And Inamura's pinning Trick Williams, and we got just madness. It's just madness in NXT. So that was a big moment there, and hopefully he gets a shot at the title now because of that. I think it was in a tag scenario. It was, but anyways, WWE Raw garnered its best numbers since April for last Monday's episode. The show scored 2.9 views globally for the week per Netflix, up 7%. Worldwide was up 22%. The house viewed were the highest since post WrestleMania. The show ranked number 3 for the week in US on Netflix, up 4 from the prior week, and 7 globally, up from 8. It was number 1 the day of, and the next day, I believe. It was number 1 in Canada for a long ass time. So was NXT, I believe. So I think NXT was number 1 in Canada there when I looked today. If not, it was high up there. And so good for them. Dave is sitting there saying only 300,000 people watched it. So the high school sports reporter BJ Bethel caught spreading misinformation again. Okay. From the Yahoo Finance interview with Tony Khan today. This came from exec editor and story author Brian Sawsey on TKO interest in selling WWE. So this has been but this is a rumor. There's no interest in selling. Hey, there's speculation that surfaced that TKO might want to unload WWE. That's why they bought AAA. And then all these restart sickos are like, yeah, WWE $3 billion in debt. No, TKO's $3 billion in debt. And they just spent shitloads of money, and the UFC rights are up at the end of 2025. So what do you think they're going to make just on that? And UFC's talking about we might spread out to multiple we might work with WBD and Netflix, and we might work over here with Disney, and that's the luxury that UFC has. And that's why they're hanging on tight to that Jon Jones. They're not stripping Jones of the title. That's why they're hanging on to, Connor might come back. Connor's coked up in the club, punching people in the face and shit. If you guys have seen that, he ain't ever coming back. They're just hanging on to these, because TKO, at the end of the day, man, they're a soulless billionaire corporation. They fucking are. Okay. But these guys are making shit up. They didn't invest, and I have more evidence of this as well. Why would TKO do all this fucking work and get involved with Netflix? And when Netflix, it's just outright, they're launching their whole sports shit off of WWE, which I'll show you in a minute. But it's just crazy to me that and I heard rumors too that they're fucking trying to buy a Japanese Fed. Okay. And that's not just that New Japan shit with The Rock from a while back, right? You guys, if you watch this show, I got DM'd fucking live and in the flesh going fucking with someone going, no, the Noah shit fell through, but they're still cool or whatever, but they're looking at other feds now, just like they were looking at CMLL. They weren't only looking at AAA. So, those ropes are green. It's just with the lighting, it looked very dark there. So, yeah, that's my eyes. I need glasses. No. So the return of Goldberg, here's David LaGreca's tired-ass fucking take. I just think this is a tired-ass take. Well, what's the story? What are they going to do with it? What can you do with Goldberg? Well, it's just the time-honored tradition. We all cry about the time-honored tradition. You're supposed to lay down for someone, and you guys are mad that Goldberg's coming to lay down for somebody and pass the shit on. That's crazy. And this makes sense, too, because Gunther will lose to fucking Goldberg. He has no problem doing that. Or maybe he does. But that they've done right by him. And then Seth is also a Triple H guy through and through. So it seems right. But the right thing to do, well, I don't know. If you're old school, you'd be like, nah, the right thing to do is fucking Goldberg lies down for Gunther, or like gets choked out by Gunther. In a perfect world, but we're telling stories here. This is the entertainment biz, and they got a shock and awe on the same night as All In.
Goldberg, who's had 5 matches since 2020, lost 4 of them, gets a title shot in July at Saturday night's main event against Gunther. Whoa. Where is the logic here? Where's the logic? John Cena had to sell his soul in order to get a title shot. Goldberg just walks in, says who's next, and gets a title shot against.
It's just his retirement match, and so it's just like when Ric Flair and Shawn Michaels fought. Why did Shawn Michaels get to call his shot, or Ric Flair, it's his final match and he got to choose Shawn Michaels rather. And then Shawn Michaels is like, you don't want to choose me. Like, if you do this, I'm going to come at you with my best. I'm not going to phone it in. And then boom, he super kicks Rick, turns fully heel. Why was the story Rick got to pick his retirement match? Why is the story Dustin Poirier in UFC right now basically got to pick his retirement match, and he's coming out with Lil Wayne? He's saying they're talking to Lil Wayne, and Lil Wayne might walk out with him. It's just a matter of he's ultimately going to lay down for somebody and pass it on. And it's Goldberg, dude. So I get it. It's just a sports entertainment-y thing. The UFC does shit like that. Jon Jones got to pick his fight and fight a retired Stipe. Stipe didn't fight for 3 fucking years or whatever. Comes back and fights Jones, right? The last we saw Stipe, he's getting KO'd by Ngannou. He comes back, eats a wheel kick to the ribs, breaks his ribs, cuts his spleen or whatever he did, right? He had internal bleeding and shit from that. It was crazy. Gets TKO'd by Jon Jones. Why did Jon Jones get to do the same thing? Because, bro, it's sports, man. This is what boxers, they pick their opponents and shit, right? Boxing was accused of this for years. The champs pick their opponents, and then we never see the best fight the best, right? So, that's the mentality behind it. It's more of a sports-based thing. I get it, but LaGreca's reaction to Seth cashing in and taking it from Goldberg, he's going to take all this. He's going to walk all this shit back. Hindsight's always 20/20 though. And I like his passion. At least he's fucking giving a take, but this is a tired ass one. It's like we all understand why Goldberg's back, right, guys? Like, we get it. It's a retirement match. He called his shot, and this is why it makes sense too. Just on if we're gonna kayfabe it, I'm gonna explain this. Because like Gunther shoved Goldberg and shit, so it doesn't matter if Gunther had the title or not. When he comes back, he was calling out Gunther, right? That's all it boiled down to. Gunther took shots at him, so when Goldberg came back, he's calling him out. It doesn't matter, okay? That is why this works. Now, they could have did it without the title, but I do feel like the cash-in is the answer here, and that's why they're doing it for the belt. And I think they are setting up John Cena versus Jey Uso one time. You got to run that one time, right?
It's Gunther at Saturday night's main event.
So, like, even story-wise, it does make perfect sense. Goldberg would have called Gunther out if he was the crew tag champion. You know what I mean? He was just going after Gunther. It didn't matter if he had a belt or not.
I mean, WWE, you have, over the years that this show has been on the air, has done some things that I have fallen to my knees questioning what is going on here. This has got to be near the top of the list.
Yeah, no. And then someone in chat saying can't slurp everything. Why don't, bro? And that's the fucking thing. Like, I would definitely destroy if they were like, listen, dude, trust me. Nobody is just putting this over but it does make sense why he called out Gunther. Like, this dude's not even thinking about the most basic thing, just what I said. This is more like, this is what people do in fighting all the time. And we talk about what's more sports-based and how they're sticking it to AEW. To me, this, maybe they're not even breaking it down. Maybe that's me adding a layer to it, but I think it's obvious. Just in hindsight, will Gunther talk shit to him? Like, if we thought he was going to wrestle anybody else, and the whole time on this show, I was like, I'd prefer if he wrestled like a Logan Paul or AJ Styles, who will make him look good. But the obvious thing is Gunther. Like, Goldberg isn't a guy. He has an ego. He's not going to let Gunther just talk shit to him without getting his comeuppance, you know? And then how do you sell Goldberg on him dropping the belt to someone like him? This is his one and done. Seth's got to come out and do his thing. So it makes sense. Just Gunther. And would you rather Goldberg beats Jay? Fuck no. You know, Gunther can take the loss. His list of losses, there's like 3 guys who've beat him. You know? So I'm not like glazing this. I don't think Gunther versus Goldberg is the match I want to see. I don't want to see that match. I'm going to be honest. Like, if Goldberg eats a chop, I'll be fucking impressed. Okay? And this isn't I don't think Goldberg is going to get him up for the jackhammer. I hope he just does the spinny neck breaker he'd do in Japan, you know? And this is not the match I wanted to see. But story-wise, no. LaGreca's just not even actually thinking. He's just being faux outraged here, which is fine. But if you're actually considering the last time we saw Goldberg, he's coming out to attack whatever Gunther's doing. It doesn't matter what Gunther's doing. He could be feuding McAfee. He's coming out to help him. You know, he could be a tag champ with Ludwig. He's coming out to call him out, you know?
Be near the top. I'm sorry, Bully. I know it's professional wrestling, but man, this is just incomprehensible to me. I don't get it.
Guys, Tony Khan loves Goldberg and wanted Goldberg real bad. He did. And Goldberg was like, no, I just can't. This guy doesn't have a vision, you know? He said it. We covered it like a year ago, the interview Goldberg gave. He talked with AEW. And Tony loved his shit in Japan. Tony loved his matches in WCW. Tony loved that shooter style. And Tony loves Goldberg. So this is an ultimate, like, fuck you to him at All In. I'm telling you right now. And because Tony let Goldberg fumble. Or not let Goldberg fumble. He fumbled Goldberg. Tony let, sorry guys, I'm watching a wrestling show too. He fumbled Goldberg through his fingers. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, he should have been able to sign. Why couldn't he have signed Goldberg? Goldberg just loves money. How did he not get a match out of Goldberg at All In? Like, how did that not happen? At least one time, you know? It's crazy to me. So And it's because like Tony was probably like, I respect wrestling and I love wrestling and I loved your match against Kojima in the fucking, and you know, and you have Goldberg's like, great. So like how much we bringing in? So who's like your most over biggest, nastiest guy, you know? And then they're like, well, here's Swerve. He's our top heel. And Goldberg's like, you know what I mean? So I go over in 1 minute, right? Like, so spear, jackhammer, done, right? And that's no disrespect to Swerve, but just think about what's the conversation like. Well, you know, we have fucking, I mean, Joe versus Goldberg would be cool, but Goldberg can't get Joe up, and he's got to get the shit kicked out of him. Like Joe will beats the fuck out of guys. Goldberg ain't gonna. This is why I don't like the Gunther match either. Goldberg ain't gonna get power bombed and shit. If he does, fucking A, I'm wrong. Maybe he just puts it all out there because he's like, last match, fuck it. Maybe. But I don't like Gunther's going to be like doing holds and shit, which is fine. Hopefully he makes it. He's going to carry him through like a shooter style match. No one likes those. No one liked it when Brock and Kane did those. No one likes that shit in WWE. Either shoot or don't, you know? So anyways, here's.
You could have made sense of this very, very easily. What if Gunther would have said, no matter who it is, no matter who comes down that aisle, no matter who comes through that curtain, I don't care if you work in this company, I don't care if you don't work in this company, no matter.
Bully nailed it right there. If Gunther said that, that would have appeased all the marks. And then Goldberg could have been like, oh yeah, well, since you said it, like you talk shit to me. I'm back here. What's up? You didn't. Now I'm in the ring. You put the challenge out there. You want to talk shit to me when I'm in the stands? Well, now I'm here. Bully's fully right. Fully fucking correct on this. However, is it necessary? No. Would this have been an extra element that would have improved it all? Absolutely.
No matter who it is, you get the next title shot. Well, now the world champion has issued an open challenge. Or if you don't want to go that route, you go the route of Goldberg getting in the face of Gunther, telling him he's next, and then you give me a backstage with Nick Aldis and Goldberg, where Nick says, hey, big fella, nothing but respect. I know Atlanta's your backyard, your hometown. We got a big event going on in there. But you just walk in. You just can't go around making these matches. You don't have the authority to do that. And Goldberg can back Nick Aldis up to a wall in an intimidating babyface way. Not say a word. And Nick Aldis just look at Goldberg and say, you know what, mate? You're right.
Yeah.
You're next.
No, Bully's great. He needs to be back there, like helping, you know, just pitching little things like that. That's a great visual he just painted in our minds right there, too. I'd have loved to see that as well. So shout out Bully. LaGreca's just like, what WWE? What the fuck? Offer a solution, you know? And maybe LaGreca did. So there's rumors, you know, Jonathan Coachman had rumors about Britt Baker. Do we have this? Yes. So Jonathan Coachman says Britt Baker's close to signing a WWE deal. This was then debunked. I guess Fightful got the scoop. Actually, Fightful reported this like a while back about Britt Baker's contract, I believe. Anyways, so it's like we all knew, unless like Tony gave her the secret release, but then that would have leaked to the sheets, man. So that's why I just didn't even believe this when Coachman said it. It's like, no, I'm pretty like, I think everyone knew she was signed up till 2026, right? I think that's like old news anyways. So, you know, Coachman saying, hey man, I might I have it from a very reliable source and I haven't been wrong yet. Well, you were wrong. I mean, you basically said he was looking to get back into WWE sports entertainment. And then that was fucking wrong. And he just launched this 14th and I thing, which is off base. Like if I said, I don't know, it's just such a broad thing to where you can like sort of embellish the truth and say you didn't lie, but you weren't right either. You know, either way, whatever. Here's what Coachman had to say about Britt Baker.
So I just got in real time. You guys know I've just been breaking news left and right. And I have yet, when it's in context, I have yet to be wrong. So I just found out there's a name, a female name out there that is this close to signing with the WWE. Any guesses?
The one from AEW, Britt Baker.
Ding, 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 ding. Gone from AEW. Close. My sources keep coming to your boy.
Interesting.
Now, I think she would. What do you think, Gab? Do you think she would? Would they waste the? So I just.
Yeah, I just think she signed up, and she is tight. Like WWE did want her back in like the black and gold era and shit. For sure. I don't think Adam Cole's breakup would whatever, but do the fans want that? Do they want her on the main roster? Do they want her in NXT? She doesn't belong in NXT. Her just whole character and vibe, and this isn't no offense, but like her age range and shit, I just don't think she should be at that level, but then she shouldn't be at the main roster level either. She doesn't work good enough, in my opinion. And Coach was wrong. It got debunked. Like she signed till 2026, which I just thought was old news, you know? So unless there was a silent release we didn't know about, but I just feel like that would get leaked so fast. Britt Baker, when the news comes out, she posts herself walking on the beach holding her phone. So like, calls are incoming type thing, you know? Like just playing into it. That's what you do. It's social media. But yeah, I think we have a follow-up about it here, just stating how her contract is until 2026. So there's actually no shot of that happening. No, I don't think we have that. But anyways, moving along. SmackDown last Friday did 1.4 million with a 0.38 in the key demo, for those of you who care about that. Shawn Michaels and Brock Rechsteiner. So this could be a very interesting image to look back at in a few years. So yeah, they're shaking hands. There's Brock Rechsteiner coming in, NIL program in full effect. Raj Giri says in May, more Americans watch TV on streaming than cable network combined per Nielsen via the New York Times. It's the first time that has ever happened in over a full month. So we actually have a chart here. Who doesn't like charts and graphs? Okay. So here is the streaming surpasses broadcast and cable, right? In May 2025 from Nielsen. So it's so funny because this comes out the same day Tony's like, our cable's booming, even though we can just objectively look at that being false. And even though Dave Meltzer's used that as an excuse as to why the streaming numbers would be higher than people might anticipate. And for the first time ever, yeah, streaming surpasses cable and shit. So there you guys go, man. Streaming is king. YouTube is included in that, by the way, for you fucking sickos who think it isn't. Hulk Hogan. So there was a rumor that floated around he was on his deathbed. That turns out to be false. But he was hospitalized over the last several days. It is not a heart issue. He was having some adverse reactions from the trauma of all the back and now neck surgeries he's endured at 71 years old, and that led to his hospitalization. The expectation is that Hogan will be released to go home later today. Yeah, it's going to get deep and dark if Hogan were to pass away, and I'm sure there was a lot of sicko shit that I don't want to see turn up in my segment comments about Hogan there as well. I'm positive it's happened. So Bailey talked about the complicated relationship with the Four Horsewomen, and she says that she has never been close to Becky, you know, and they were just sort of dubbed that. Whereas the Four Horsewomen, like Rhonda and them, they're actually really friends. When people say, oh, they're a faction, they're a stable. Some people say that the Four Horsewomen are a faction or a stable in WWE. They never were. Okay, they were that's just the moniker, like the Clique. The Clique was never a faction in WWE. That's just what people called them. Except for the Four Horsewomen were never really tight. They were more like the Four Pillars, is maybe a better moniker for them.
When you look at the Four Horsewomen, are these grudges that have kind of existed and been, I don't know, bubbling under the surface for years, or is this something that comes with success, or how does this happen?
It's a very, I feel it's a little complicated. It's a very like sisterly family type situation when it comes to the four of us. And if I'm being quite honest, I've never really been close to Becky, where it's like I've never rode to shows together with her, and I've never been close to Charlotte. I've never, we never had that relationship of like, oh, let's go out to dinner after the show. It was different. So I can understand where this is coming from Becky, because it was never really there. I thought there was some type of unity there, though. I thought there was some type of, like, with the history and everything that we had gone through, all the training and all the matches that we've had together and everything that we fought for and stood for in such an important time in women's wrestling in the WWE, to come up and do this together to make change in the women's division. I thought that was a bond strong enough, but apparently not. After all these years, she still has some.
So I love how she sort of peeled the curtain back, but then still worked it in kayfabe. And I know some people might think it's all entirely kayfabe, but no, that's real shit. She's like, we never went out to dinners and shit, but like we trained together and stuff. So got to remember that too. So on Evolve, Jordan Oasis and Marcus Mathers are having an ID showcase match. So Meltzer said posted this. Yeah, we laughed about it. Hey, before we sell off WWE, let's go purchase that secondary Mexican lucha promotion. Like, people thinking WWE's selling are so restarted, man. Conan says WWE's end game is to get AAA a TV deal. Well, TKO's getting rid of them. No, they're going to try and get them a TV deal. And that will fucking eventually happen. So, we talked about the Stanley Cup earlier. Congratulations, Florida Panthers. It was a bittersweet loss. It's easier, I think, to lose in Game 6 than if we had taken it home to Edmonton and then lost. That would have just been like a dagger to the soul, back-to-back Game 7s. But I don't know, man. Just the way Florida played. And then I saw this video surface of McDavid being like, great fucking now. Like, he's just freaking out on his team. And it's like a little bitch, though, not in a motivating way. And man, that would not be. And then you see how they play on the ice, a little lethargic, and you're like, yeah, it's hard to fucking get motivated for a kid like that who, like, where's your clutch hat trick? Why did Sam Reinhart have fucking 4 goals? Where's your 4 goals, McDavid? Like, don't even fucking say shit. So yeah, man. Here's McAfee and Jackie Redmond, who were in his house.
I've been in nightclubs where Lordo Stanley was.
Have you drank out of Lordo?
And no Taylor Swift.
Stanley.
I've had a beer out of Lordo Stanley Cup.
Do you know how many beers fit in Lordo Stanley?
3?
No,
6.
keep climbing. Keep climbing.
12.
Keep climbing.
20.
Okay, lower.
18.
Lower.
13.
Higher.
15.
Lower.
14.
Nailed it.
We got there.
He nailed it.
Hot
Nailed
pull.
it. 14 cans of beer fit in the top. You've obviously, you've had some time with Lord Stanley already. But I'll still...
There you go, 14 beers. What? Lord Stanley's Cup. What? So, Jordan Grace comes out, her new theme. It's pretty bad. Blake Monroe's is chill, but Jordan Grace's is pretty bad. And Fire Def Rebel chants broke out during her fucking match.
Brand for the entire globe. I want to build off what Corey just said, Booker. Is Jordan Grace at a crucial point in her NXT tenure?
Definitely, I think she's at a crucial point, but this match is more crucial than anything, I think, for Jordan Grace. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the first time these two have met in the ring.
They need to do like an NIL WWE program type shit with their music where they set up a system in place. I'm just giving freebies here, chat, where you like contract music for wrestlers and you let them go find their fucking themes. Now, it's cheaper to do it all in-house. I get that. And try and do as much of it in-house as you can. But it's getting bad. Now, Def Rebel's either hit or miss. Their shit's either like good or it's bad, I feel like, Whereas, Hurt Syndicate are in Mexico. Let's fucking go. Yeah, Jim Johnston, I just don't know why you wouldn't bring him back when you're making all this fucking money. So Netflix Sports, they launched their new X account. It's verified with a check, and they have the little Netflix thing next to it. So this has to be legitimate. And if you can't get this Netflix badge next to it if it's not legitimate. And if you can, and someone just figured out how to do that, then fuck me. You know what I mean? Then this is a tremendous troll. They have no followers, but actual Netflix follows them too. They have 251 followers. So this is a new thing, right? Their new Twitter. Everyone go follow Netflix Sports right now. What did I tell you guys? WWE is on the fucking forefront of this shit. They are dipping the toes in the pool, if you will, of how Netflix is going to roll out sports and live sports. This is Netflix Sports, a thread. Boom. What's on the picture? Is it a football game? Is it that fake fight that Mike Tyson had against Jake Paul? Or is it Juan Cena and El Fuego Dos and Cody Rhodes, right? And so this is clips from Court of Gold, Kevin Durant. Here's the Mike Tyson fight where his ass is out, right? A moment. So they're showing from The Last Dance and all of these sports moments here, guys. What's the one they leaded with? The Federation. Now, chat, am I fucking... Someone has to tell me here. Is this not legitimate with the Netflix badge and actual Netflix follows them? Oh, PWT Universe, they jumped up 10 followers since I told you all to go and follow. Round of applause for the PWT Universe. You know what I'm saying? So you follow them and tell them PWT sent you. And look at what they're leading with. There's no confusion. Now, in AEW news, Awful Wrestling posted some confusion. It's a land of confusion. So the whole, is AEW a sport? Yes, they fucking are technically considered that, but they are so not proud of them. As we've covered on the show, yes, it's a sport because that's what the sports claim them. As far as the guy said it's a sport, and in AEW's Twitter profile it says they're a sport, and it's listed as a sport if you look for them under sports, but they're not on the sports front page. They're not featured in the fucking company splitting into two. No one's claiming them. Oh, we don't know if Zaslav means. He said sports are not responsible for any of their fucking viewership. And they're like, well, AEW is not a sport. Yes, it is. And that's where they categorize it. But it's so hard. You have to dig deep to actually figure this out because they make it complicated because they're not proud. They just bury this shit. Here's the brand new Netflix Sports. Boom. Right there. A thread. Their thread is starting with Cody Rhodes, John Cena. Phil don't miss, man. This is Netflix and Phil, bro. I told you guys. From fucking day one. Okay, now let's play Where's Waldo? This is everyone leaving the Stanley Cup game. We're playing Where's Waldo. Ladies and gentlemen, which WWE superstar do you see? Who do you guys see in the crowd? Steen, yeah, you fucking nailed it. KO, yeah. He's there. He just got caught on the broadcast, so there we go. He's the only guy not wearing red or the Florida Panthers colors. Jordan Grace responds to the criticism of her new theme music. She says, I know what the streets are saying, but y'all better suspend that disbelief and vibe with it. Got it? So again, you just have to lean into it and not ignore the noise. Former WWE star Joe Coffey has said that he heard for a long time that Gallus would be moving to the main roster to work alongside Drew McIntyre. And he notes that they were only NXT talents featured in the programs for both Survivor Series and Royal Rumble, but the call-up never ended up happening. Terrible. That would have been sick. Gallus with Drew, and he had his own fucking faction. That'd be amazing. Liv Morgan's dislocated shoulder will require surgery, so speedy recovery on the members show. We covered it live and in the flesh. She fell, dislocated her shoulder, and they were trying to pop it in during the commercial break, and on the Canadian feed, I got to see that, buddy. And just like right and in the nick of time before they come back from commercial. They're just like, no, we can't get it in. So I think she was willing to continue if they could get that shit in there. But if it requires surgery, it's worse than you think. There could be, who knows, a fracture. There could be muscle torn. We don't fucking know. Likely something else was torn. Now, I'm not wishing anything. Like, I really hope she comes back full force. There's a UFC fighter called Johnny Walker who knocked a guy out, and he was like the next big prospect that everybody was getting behind. And then to celebrate Johnny Walker, and he's a Brazilian guy named Johnny Walker. How fucking crazy is that? And he trains in Ireland and shit. But he went to do the worm as a victory dance, and he blew his fucking shoulder out just like Liv did, right? With the same type of fall. And he's never been the same since. And he got a shoulder. He fixed it. He still fights. But Johnny Walker's never really been the same. Like, he's never been, like, he's beatable now. Whereas at that time, he was just this crazy wild dude throwing fucking caution to the wind. And he can't really do that anymore, you know? And his shoulder, like that power in that arm is just not really there anymore, you know? So hopefully she's comes back and this isn't like a life-threatening or career-altering, because Liv's work is solid, man. She's one of the best out there. And I mean, she can sell her ass off, just like Ric Flair, right? He was the bodybuilding type, but he could sell his ass off. And that's why after the plane crash and all that, he drops the weight and he just sold for everybody and cheated. She'll figure it out. Her psychology is what we'll get, because she's trained properly, you know? But hopefully they just like inject her full of fucking stem cells or whatever, send her down to Tijuana, right? Olay, Triple A show. Let's go and just fucking get her all shot up and give her stem cell treatment and just get that shit back to 100, you know? And that's what I'm hoping will happen. I'm optimistic as well. I'm faithful that will happen.
Mix of my song.
So Liv Morgan, by the way, talks about who she wants to make. This is with Billboard, by the way. She's talking about who she wants to do her intro theme song for, like, her wrestling entrances.
I'd like a collaboration. I'd like a collaboration between Sabrina Carpenter and like Drake, if they could come together and do some like cool remix of my song. I think that'd be pretty good.
Ugh, that'd be El Terrible. No. Everyone's got their taste. Speaking of taste, Charlotte Flair also brings up Becky and says that they could put a match together, WrestleMania-worthy match, if they sat in a room together for 30 minutes. Now, I don't know about you, dude, but we'd go out there and call it in the ring in 30 seconds, Jack. Me and The Rock and that stinky giant made up everything right on the fly, dude. Well, let me tell you something, brother. We wouldn't need 30 minutes, dude. I'm from the old school where the heels and the baby faces are in different locker rooms, Joe Rogan. Let me tell you something, brother.
But each match is different. Each opponent is different. Like Becky and I, if you put us in a room, we could put a match together in 30 minutes and it'd be a WrestleMania worthy match.
Yeah.
Like we just have that kind of
chemistry,
rapport, the story. We think alike with how we view matches, and that makes it easier.
Hell yeah. No, I believe it. Charlotte can just put on fucking WrestleMania matches. I mean, you know, she's had high level ones with a bunch of folks. And like with Tiffy, they had a pretty decent match at Mania as well. Everyone thought it'd be the shits, and so I saw some people shitting over it, but I think that's just faux shitting over it. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it is fucking Ren's Day, so put your twos up, twos in the chat, your peace signs in the chat, because it is Ren XT the other day last night, and it is Ren's Day today on Rusev Day. So let's hear what Ren has to say. Another ranking, another tier list video from Ren. I love these ones.
Hey guys, happy Ren's Day. So this week we are going to be doing our Ren's Day rankings. So let's get started. At the bottom of the pyramid, we have, Lash Legend. I had an anxiety rash last week. And not only did you make fun of me, you beat my ass. That's not cool. Last. Next, we have Charles. Charles, everyone wants to leave the NQCC, the Run QCC, because of you. That's Oh, cool. And next we have Ren. I did tell Tavion I was going to talk to Charles, and I didn't. And also, like, I am the glue of the Ren QCC, and clearly I'm not doing a good job right now.
See that? She can handle criticism. She can be objective about herself. She reflects. Here we go.
And next we
She's a good person right here. This is why she got a good head on her shoulders, this gal.
have Tavion. Great guy. Why do you want to leave? What did I do to you? And next we have, oops.
Yes! See,
Like
Mr. Iguana.
Yeska. Even though she's cold-blooded.
Oh, no, not even Mr. Iguana. La Yeska. Oh, my God. Amazing. Puts tape over Iguana's face.
Even though she's cold-blooded, she got a really warm reception from me. And Iguana rate her higher. But it just wouldn't make sense for a first
Iguana rate her higher. Oh, shit, bars.
pick. So, drum roll, please. At the top of the pyramid of the Wednesday rankings, we have.
Of course. Oh, I should ask chat. Ren again. Of course it's Ren. She's going to be the top every single time.
Ren Sinclair. Just smells right.
Absolutely incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, that was WWE News Wednesday edition. Okay, so let me check in with chat here. What's going on? George Capture for 5 says SNME and SummerSlam are 2 weeks apart, so your idea works. C. Well, thank you. It could work. I just don't know if Goldberg's body can hold up, brother. Okay. But thank you for putting over my fantasy mark booking there. Lamest humor ever. I know it works though. She's so good. An anxiety rash. That's super funny. How many likes are we at on the Clips channel? Ladies and gentlemen, joining us here on Mexico at Grand Slam Mexico. He's actually there and he's about to unmask, doing a run-in during this match, ladies and gentlemen, on Espanol. La Corazón de Leon, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
There you guys go. You asked for it. You deserve that. Okay, so we have AEW hot news up next on deck as we are watching Mystico versus MJF. Have you guys been enjoying it? I don't know. This card is, I mean, the fucking multi-man whatever shit is just, I don't know. Wasn't my cup of tea, but they're hot for Mystico. And it's like we just sort of had this with Gable and Vikingo, the same dynamic sort of, but just like a better version. And so the crowd is hot as shit though, man. You got to be honest. It's a hot lucha summer. No, the show's been okay. Now, is it the same vibe as the AAA show? No, like they didn't have the national anthem and like honor the history and do packages promoting the history the way AAA did. Like that was as much a part of it as the show as the matches, you know? So It's interesting to say the least. Hope he doesn't break his finger. Mystico, yeah. MJF went DQ. I think Rick Knox is worse than Aubrey. I agree. Dunn did what? I was saying that shit before anyone. I was calling that shit out before anybody, man. So I think I have a video. He's Bryce Remsburg worse than Aubrey Edwards. I think that's a video I made. I'm telling you, bro. Like, it's just the way he counts the 1, 2, 3 and shit. Dry, because she's been less egregious. Like, clearly it's gotten through to her, you know? Okay, so MJF's tapping, but the ref doesn't see it, so they get the visual win, but then MJF's going to win in Mexico. I might be a minute behind you guys. Yeah, look at how Bryce counts the 1, 2, how he jumps like 7 feet in the air. Dude, I'd be like, please count better than that. Meltzer crashing out on someone on X right now. Is he actually? We could just maybe like scroll his feed a bit today because he's been just melting down, you know? I'm just going to like look up his Twitter and we'll just like see it on the show when we do the segment. If there's some interesting shit. Yeah, and he quote tweets too. I feel bad for that. There's like a journalist called Dave Meltzer as well. And I feel bad for that dude, man. Yeah, over the last hour. Oh my God. Dave's licked off like 7 billion tweets in the last hour. Oh man. We're just going to, this is going to be good. Yeah, so I have 4 hours ago. We're going to just start from, and he's shitting on WCW 4 hours ago. Yeah, we're going to get into that. That's going to be amazing. Yeah, sorry, guys. You're just looking at nothing. I guess I could put AEW up there for you. Just doing shit over here. Yes, bring on dog shit for brains. Who's that? Take that, Bischoff. This is 30% better than AEW than AAA did. We need flutes. Flaunt the flutes. Flutes. Yeah, we're gonna get flutes in here. Don't worry. But we got to talk about. We need some context here to some of this shit. So, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, wow. What a shitty not like this isn't a fun ending for the Mexican fans. Do you know what I'm saying? So Mike Bailey and Kevin Knight and shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Anyways, I'm just trying to give it its fair due. I don't know if that's the way you want to end that whole like I'm shitting on you, America, hey, and then I don't know, it just feels not right. It is time, and Ichi Nissan da, because it is time for AEW news. So WBD is cutting CEO David Zaslav's pay after shareholder backlash. So they were revising his shit, and then they, I guess, agreed salary from $22 million to $6 million per year. That's crazy. You mean to tell me that if AEW is costing them too much, they're not willing to fucking nix Collision or whatever? Like, come on, man. Come on. Stock bonus target will shrink from 23.5 million to 7.5 million. That's shitloads of money. Now, he's still fine. I mean, I wish I made 22 million and 1 year and then 6 million the next year or whatever, right? But that's a win in my book. But like, you guys get what I'm getting at. That's a huge cut. Huge cut, man. Trimming the fat. Brian Danielson and Chris Hero were in the crowd at the Arena Mexico CMLL Martes de Arena Mexico show. So Chris Hero and Danielson are there. You guys can see them. Another little Where's Waldo. I guess I stooged it. And they're chilling together. So good for them. But he cannot compete, unfortunately. Britt Baker rumors shut down after AEW contract status revealed, so she will be there until 2026. We covered that earlier. Persephone defeats ROH Women's TV Champion Red Velvet. So the other day I saw a clip of Red Velvet and I was putting her over. I was like, damn, she improved a shitload. And then you see this clip and you're like, damn, maybe, I don't know, not trying to shit on her, but yeah, AEW's so Persephone, who's on the ROH show teaming with Thunder Rosa, I think after this is done airing, beat Red Velvet.
Red Velvet ya sacó la casa, se sacó la espina y ya estas cosas están parejas.
Vamos a ver, ahí está intentando, pero la casa Perséfone, todo lo que sube, ¿qué pasa? Tiene que bajar.
¡Qué bombazo!
1, 2, 3, se acabó. Lo ha ganado.
Perséfone merece una.
And was that for the title, I wonder?
Roberto López.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe his first CMLL title, but either way, shout out Red Velvet, I suppose. So Tony Khan was live from a boat. I'm on a boat, man. I'm on a boat, man. Boats and hoes. Boats and hoes. Gotta have me, my boats and hoes. So let's indulge in some Tony Khan cringe here. I don't even know if it's that cringy, but let's just hear what he's got to say.
Hey, everyone. I'm enjoying sharing some of the great experience here being in Cannes, France, and being a part of Cannes Lions. It's great to be in this great place representing AEW, and very excited to make the long and very pleasant journey in this case from Cannes, France to Mexico City for Wednesday Night Dynamite Grand Slam Mexico. I'll be going from one beautiful place here, Cannes, France, to another very beautiful place, Mexico City, and a beautiful cathedral of pro wrestling for Grand Slam Mexico, Wednesday Night Dynamite in Arena Mexico for the first time ever. I'm really excited for the first Grand Slam Mexico and my first trip to one of my favorite pro wrestling places in the world. I'm here live with you. I'm trying these things. It's something new, and we've got some guests coming aboard. Thanks for doing this. I tried it earlier on Instagram. It didn't get it quite as much engagement, so I thought I'd try it here on Twitter. Which
You don't even gotta say that. Well, I said the same thing before. It was on Instagram. What am I forgetting? I think that's it, guys. Shout out Twitter.
is an amazing,
thank you, Twitter,
wrestling community. I'll see you all later.
I'm glad. Very personable from his yacht there. Right. So Tony Khan, he had more to say. He's on a boat in like France or some shit. He's on a different boat. This is a boat from a different day and time. And here he is wearing an AEW hat on a boat.
Hey, good morning.
With a fucking $1,000 t-shirt.
Been a great session at Cannes Lion. I'd love to thank the very kind people at Cannes Lion for
Cannes Lion, isn't it like Cane Leon or whatever? Con Leon.
having me and AEW as a big part of the Festival of Creativity. And it's been a great week in many ways for AEW. I'm really excited for Wednesday Night Dynamite coming up in Mexico City, AEW's debut in Mexico. My first time in Arena Mexico. It's a dream come true. I'm really excited for AEW to have our first time in one of the greatest wrestling arenas and one of the greatest wrestling countries and wrestling cities in the world. this is a really, really special milestone. 6 years into AEW, and it's got to be one of the most special things yet. It's going to be a long trip here from Cannes, France. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. It's my first time here, and they've been very kind to have me as a part of the Festival of Creativity here.
Let me switch from this side of the boat to the other side of the boat. There's water over there, but there's actually land over here. It's much more great. I don't want to see that side. Let me switch from this side of my large boat to the other side of my large boat.
A part of the Festival of Creativity here, and as you can see in
There, you can actually see.
the background, it's really quite wonderful.
I'm doing a tour of the aisle. Shout out Jeff Cobb. Or I mean JC Mateo. Right? That's a great name. Psych.
I'm on the smaller boat right now.
I'm on the smaller boat. This one actually, it's like it actually transforms into a bigger boat. It's a Decepticon. This is my small boat. As you can see, my bigger boat is there behind my even bigger boat. So maybe you can't see it. But I'll be on that one later after I change my clothes for dinner. And I take a boat back across this island. Then I'll come back on live. But I'm going to try Instagram first. But then I'll come back to X. Time Cop.
Tender riding back to the bigger boat, and we've got something really special planned for you.
We're riding this small boat back to our bigger boat. And then we're taking that boat back to the yacht. And then we're taking that boat back to Cannes, France.
AEW tonight here. A lot of
this boat fits in the other boat like a Tonka truck.
The top executives in it.
It's like big blocks. When I was a kid, my dad bought me big blocks, and I said, Dad, what if we fit one boat in another boat? And it's like a super boat.
Entertainment are here in Cannes, and it's really exciting to be here and be a part of it, and I'm looking forward to that, and frankly also looking forward.
This boat goes into a bigger boat, which then forms into Voltron. And then we fly home back to Jacksonville, Daly's place. It's great.
To my flight to Mexico City. It's going to be a great trip, and even though I should be sleeping on it, I probably won't be able to because I'm so excited about Wednesday Night Dynamite.
Dude, go to sleep. You need sleep. I should be sleeping, but I mean, I can't dare look at the scenery. But like, I driving the small boat to the big boat, I can't sleep a wink. How dare I lay my head down and get some rest right now? I can't do it. I can't do it. Get it?
Going to Mexico City. So as I leave Cannes and approach.
Oh my God! So as you can see here, I actually own this ferry. So my boat will go into this boat to my bigger boat, which will then enter this ferry, and then we will be submerged underwater like a submarine. As you can see over here, my giant boat. And this boat is actually Optimus Prime.
The Kismet here. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you.
Does this boat actually like ride up into this other boat? Dude, what kind of rich person shit is this? What the fuck? We got people in chat paying fucking car notes, dude. And you're driving boats into boats.
Who make AEW possible, because it's really just such a dream come true to come to a new country, and it's my first time representing AEW in France. There's great wrestling fans.
Steamboat Tony. Steamboat Tony. It's great. Oh my God. Holy shit.
Here.
I need an AI picture of that Steamboat Tony. Oh man.
And a lot of people really excited about it. I gave a great presentation yesterday, frankly. It was really good. And it was largely in part to the AEW production team and staff who did a great job putting together the video package and the presentation, and made it a slam dunk for me to go in. So thank you, wrestling fans, and everybody all over the world. You're going to want to watch Wednesday Night Dynamite. for the great wrestling fans in the U.S., which I'll be coming back after Mexico City for some great shows around Seattle. Can't wait to be in Kent, Washington on Saturday as I'm about to deboard.
Let me sit on this side of the boat. Now we'll show you this side of the boat too. Look at all the great sides it has.
The tender and go back to the Kismet.
He's about to deboard a boat and get on another fucking boat, bro.
Thank you for supporting AEW. You're the greatest wrestling fans in the world, and thank you for making it possible for us to reach these new milestones as we approach 300 episodes of Wednesday Night Dynamite. And I'll see you all very soon.
By boat. I'm arriving to Mexico City via boat. Sail the seven seas, army mateys.
So Will Ospreay had this to say. He says, AEW World Tour, please, bruv. And I don't know if Ospreay blocked me. I guess I should look into it. Dustin Rhodes blocked me. I don't know if it's because of this. Like, I've never trashed him ever. But, yeah, I just had to crack the joke so you guys can waste this man's money in different currencies or what? And I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's like, come on, man. Like, and I'm all for them doing world tours, by the way. This is just me making a smart-ass joke. I'm a jokester. I've pitched it. Why don't they go to these markets around the world and do smaller shows and build up to big fucking, arena shows around the world? Like, if I was them, I'd be doing that. I'd be capitalizing on, okay, well, we can draw small crowds around everywhere, and we should, like, do a month in Australia, and it's a grinding task for our talent, but then we'll give them a month off after or something, however it works, or a couple weeks off after, and a world tour would be embracing the grind, but you don't want me to make this joke. Like, why? So, like, he needs to make money first, and we already have everybody lying on his ass all the time, and it's just not helping the case. So Tony, speaking of lying, though, he also had this to say. Well, here's another boat video, so let's get to this.
Hey, everybody.
I'm back on my small boat again. You're not allowed to see the big boat. We take it to where those guys play Squid Games. Oh, was I not supposed to say that? I mean, I feared for my life.
I'm at the Con Lion Film Festival here.
Was this the one we watched?
I had part of this show to have AEW come to Arena Mexico. Just as a wrestling fan, I'm really excited to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the same old jargon. I think that might even be the same video. But Tony Khan had this to say with like Yahoo Sports or whatever, and he's just lying through his teeth. But I mean, that's totally fine. I'm never mad at a carny promoter for carnying and promoting. I don't care that Tony's lying here, but it is a lie, right? But it's just like when Dave Meltzer starts going, people short-circuiting over this. Dave, you're the one who made the argument that the cable ratings and cord cutting and all that shit, they're going down because people are streaming more. And Nielsen's evidence backs that up as well. The numbers that we pulled up in WWE News, maybe I should have pulled them up here, but Nielsen all the while is like, no, for the first month ever, or like in a long time, whatever the fuck, more people stream than watch cable or whatever, according to their numbers. And Tony Khan saying, well, cable got a boost too, which we know is fake. And Meltzer's even made excuses for why that's happening. But now he's like, all these dumb people didn't know that this would happen. He's such a fucking clown. And this is why he'll always get clowned, and he deserves no respect. Here is Tony Khan lying to Yahoo Finance, who are carnies too. Yahoo's carnies too. Let's be honest.
It feels like 2025 is, in a lot of ways, the best year we've had. I mean, we're having a great.
Well, how big is the biz? How many sales do you bring in? I mean, is it making money? Like, what do you?
Yeah, we're doing fantastic. This was a huge year for us. We grew the business so much with the simulcast.
Gotcha.
We brought in new audience with Max and
no, you didn't.
And streaming, but also we've been able to grow our cable audience year.
That is a bold-faced lie. So
every year. frankly,
So we've been able to grow. So even let's just say, okay, they did get new people from Max, right? Like, let's say that's all true. We grew our audience. Let's even say he stopped right there. Okay, that could be true, even though the cable ratings are down. And I don't know because I'm not seeing all the numbers. Like, maybe that is true in his, but we can just look at attendances and look at the year. Then he adds the year over year part. Okay, so attendances and cable ratings year over year, you're fucking completely bold-faced lying right here. Obviously, we can just look at that.
Liar!
Again, I'm not even mad at Tony for this shit. What I'm mad at, and I'm not even mad at Dave, it's just he's a fucking clown and a joke. But it's the fact that Dave is being a schmarmy prick about it at the same token. Because it's like, no, Dave, you're the one who's made excuses for the cable numbers being fucking down. So this is the bold-faced lie. Be triggered by this if you want. I don't care. Awful Wrestling, what do you think about this whole situation and Tony Khan's bold-faced lie?
He's quite the seafarer, isn't he?
Oh, dude, he's on a boat, man. He loves it with his flippy floppies.
Yeah. Captain Tony K. What an idiot.
So what do you make of him just boldly lying like no man has lied before? No, I mean, come on, he's done it a bunch. But,
So incredible, Phil, because I just saw the video of him getting interviewed by the gentleman from Cannes or whatever. And it's almost like when you go to a new place, a new job or whatever, like your lies are brand new. So you can just say them to people you don't know. And you think that they'll believe it because, they don't know any better. How he was able to get away and say that thing about, 2025 being the best year and their cable audience is going up, and the reporter asked some very good pointed questions. I think he was just like, hey man, what are your sales? Like, how you doing? And Tony just totally blew him off and was just like, hey, we're doing great. And the guy really wanted to get into like the financials of the whole thing, of course, because I assume it's a financial event happening over there or whatever. But yeah, what a buffoon, man. And he thinks that no one's going to realize, no one's going to make a video, no one's going to call him out on these bullshitting lies that he's told an entirely new country. On a boat, by the way. Piracy.
Yeah, dude. On a boat, fucking sailing to another boat. That's literally what he was doing. Unbelievable. Let's listen to this whole clip here.
Fantastic. This was a huge year for us. We grew the business so much with the simulcast. We brought a new audience with Max and streaming, but also we've been able to grow our cable.
Funny though, too. Sorry, not to pause it at the exact same spot, but it's like, dude, the guy asked, like, well, are you making money? Like, do you have good numbers? Oh, we're doing all this great shit. Okay, well, what numbers? Like, what do you give me an example? Like,
we've been able to grow our cable audience year over year. Frankly, that cable and satellite and
growth of cable. Who's doing that?
Well, honestly, us, because a lot of people thought when you start simulcasting.
And look, Yahoo Finance cable, that's like a dead thing. You realize that, right? I mean, us, we're into it. We're into it. Dude, everyone's like starting to go more the YouTube route and shit. And AEW's he's trying so hard because he wants to artificially have his name like 300 episodes on cable, so that he's among the Bischoffs and the Vince McMahons and shit. And he's just pretty much bought his way there. So,
because a lot of people thought when you start simulcasting AEW on Wednesday nights and Saturday nights, oh, okay, well, a lot of people, they're still going to watch the show, but people are going to migrate to streaming.
That's what Dave Meltzer said.
Well,
that's what he actually has said to defend your lower year-over-year cable ratings.
Actually, our cable audience, when we started simulcasting, went up, and we have a great audience on Max streaming every week, too.
So awful. Their ratings didn't go up. That's a bold-faced lie as well. I mean,
yes.
Yeah. So you cover it. I mean, you just did a video. I'm going to compare Dynamite's viewership to last year's Dynamite's viewership. Yeah. And it was a home run, the difference,
Yeah.
We have been able to do that, and we've really maintained and grown a great audience over the years. AEW, we say it's where the best wrestle, and I really believe that's true. I think we have the best roster of wrestlers in the world. It feels like 2020.
Yeah, there you go, man. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. What else? Do we have more Tony Khan cringe?
Can
So
I
we
interrupt?
Oh,
Can I
absolutely.
interrupt
Go
for
ahead.
just one
Go ahead.
second?
Yeah.
So, oh man, I don't even know if I want to put out this information. Do you know how to read into things cryptically, can't you? Don't you?
Of course.
Okay, so I'll give you something that was told to me, but I can't say if I can use the names. But
Okay,
there
well,
is
bro, you don't have to use names. We just hit an X
Okay.
Files, and
So,
this is like whose
gotcha.
line is it anyway? It's all made
Gotcha.
up. It don't
So
even matter.
I think I can do this.
Okay.
So I was told that a certain AEW Women's World Champion
Mm-hmm.
is dating another professional wrestler. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this video that Tony put out is almost like a peacock call for that particular individual to say, hey, the grass might be greener on this side of the boat rather than whoever it is that you're dating. Did you get that?
So I did. So Beast, Mortis, and Monet is what you're talking about, I'm assuming?
You said it, not me. Go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he put the video out as which video in particular?
All three of them, the ones that are now, I guess, well, I heard that they were deleted. It seems that they're not. But yeah, I heard that this was like it's almost like what young boys do when they want to get the attention of the best looking female in school. They may have to flaunt their wealth.
And so he doesn't want Beast Mortis to what? Like go back to TNA and shit, or what?
I think he wants to take the girl.
Oh, you with your okay. I fucking all right. Here we go.
Did you
guys.
get it?
We're in the yes.
Yeah.
Yes, dude.
I've been told by a I've been told by a source that is not too shabby, who has proven themselves over the last few weeks.
Sometimes in life you
know what
gotta
they
be a
say.
hoe.
Yeah.
So
Apparently,
okay, I get
yeah.
what you're saying. Sorry, I thought you meant like a contractual with the lucha stuff going on. No, you mean like romantically and stuff. Oh,
Yeah,
you mean
yeah.
like they might want to get all romantical or something. Dude,
Yeah.
that is crazy, and that's a theory that I mean, I think you've brought, and I think a lot of people have brought that up before, in
Right.
jest a little bit. Oh, he likes Monet, that sort of thing. So him flexing a little bit, like, hey, dude, because let's be honest, she's making more money than the Beast Mortis is.
Sure.
So who's making more money than the both of them? Tony Khan, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Okay, well that's all speculation, and this is South Park, so
Yes.
none of that's even real. But
Right. Yeah.
that's
But we're just
hilarious.
putting it out there. See where this goes, because let's be real, Phil. Like, it's very curious that he would put out these videos, willy-nilly out of nowhere, like seemingly like a gift from the content gods.
And he's like, I'm in Paris right now, chopping it up with
Yep.
movie people, and then I'm
Indeed.
taking this
Yep.
boat, and this boat goes into that boat, then it turns into Voltron, and then we fly to Mexico, and the ring's
Yeah.
in here too, so don't worry, it'll be 20 by
Mhm.
20. So
He looks filtered. He's got his beard shaven. He's on the boat alone.
Yeah. Damn. Here's this side of the boat, and then there's this side of the
Yeah.
boat, and then there's
Here's
this
where you'll
side
be
of the
sitting.
boat. Yeah. Here's the
Here's
bigger
where Jen
boat.
Pepperman will be sitting. She'll be navigating the
okay,
boat.
okay. Oh, come on now, awful. So basically,
well.
we talked about before, or here, let's do this, chat. Let me check in with you. George Capture for 5 says, Phil, Awful said that StreamYard isn't loading for him. Okay, well, we got that
Yeah.
figured out. Appreciate
I
you
had to
very
use my
much.
phone, so yeah, I'd like to have come in a lot more, FME, but
No, you sound great, brother. You sound great.
All
Arthur
right.
Jennings for 10 says it was nice of the Make-A-Wish Foundation to take the big boy Tony on a special trip to France and Mexico on a big boat. Oh, wait, that was Tony Khan. Yeah, you know what the chat said? Steamboat Tony. Steamboat Tony. I need an AI picture of Steamboat Tony, an AI video if we can do it. Chat, I
Right.
need that in my Discord immediately. Arthur Jennings, thank you so much. I really appreciate you, bruv. And Fuck. Steamboat Tony. Yeah, I mean, what more can you say? Those videos are hilarious, and they did seem odd. Like, when has he ever done that? And he's like, I tried on Instagram first, but I guess I'll go to... Damn, dude, because it's the same time that news broke about Mortis and Monet, and I heard rumors, too, that story only broke because they're trying to cover up from the Moxley shit, which we're going to talk about. Thank you so much, Arthur Jennings. Lincoln Hawk gifted 1 Pro Wrestle Clips membership. Guys, you can become a member 99 cents, or you can gift a membership, or you can check out Toonie Talk Wrestling and Awful Wrestling over on YouTube as well, and check out my friend's shit, and that would be awesome as well. So thank you so much. 626 for 2 says Long Con Silver. That's another good one, dude. Oh man, that's a great one. And then 626 for 2. His lies aren't lies in international waters.
Exactly.
They don't count. In fact, when I take my small boat from this island, I'm in this time zone, and then when I land in this island, I'm in this time zone. So it's kind of like Time Cop. Doesn't really count. We just change it anyways.
His lies don't go under UCC international code.
In fact, I can murder someone out here, Mortis. I mean, check out this island back here. I own it. Isn't it cool, guys?
Oh shit! Amazing.
Killing wrestlers is not against the law.
You remember Loser Brody, don't you?
Yeah, really.
Okay. Chris Benoit was a conspiracy. Sullivan did voodoo at his house that day. He let the dogs out of the yard. I was there.
You know what? That's not the worst theory I've ever heard, by the way. Just, as a little aside. Like, you know what? Let's look deeper into this. This Kevin Sullivan fellow. But
And
no.
speaking of Monet, she's out there in a sombrero. Right, these ladies,
God.
they get Latin lovers, and then they start embracing the culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You know about that.
Yeah.
So
Mordos is the weekend fling. Gotcha.
So Awful, you posted this, and I like this because we talked about this earlier, and I showed on the show how Netflix Sports, they have 300 followers now. Chat, go and follow them because it's the legit Netflix Sports account. The real Netflix follows them, and they have the Netflix tag, so it's legit. And they just launched this new account. And what picture did they launch their account with? It's Cena and Roman Reigns. You guys can fact check me on this. Go back and listen to the WWE segment. If you're watching this in clip form, go and find the WWE segment clip. Netflix Sports, they run with John Cena, and they go, here's our sports. And I told y'all, man, WWE's the dipping the toes in the water of, we're going to do live sports every week and shit like that. Here's how we work out the kinks. Wrestling's always on the forefront. With AEW, man, you're bringing this shit up right here. And I think I can actually pull up the post here. Yes, because I posted below.
Yes.
So you said this. Some unknown mark tells you AEW isn't under sports. Show them this. Now, I sort of clarified the confusion. AEW is sports. They're claimed by the head of TNT Sports and shit. Yes, they're a sport. However, it's confusing, and even Sports on Max have them posted. We're going to pull this up, but it's confusing because they're not claimed in this big company split. They're not claimed. They're not featured anywhere. Raj Giri pointed out the other day, as we covered on the show, if you go on their website and shit, or you try and look for it, you can find it under sports, but it's not on their homepage. It's not on their spread. It's not advertised anywhere. On the app, it's under sports, so you can find it that way. But either way, you're pointing out here, AEW, they tag Sports on Max. They are under sports. So when Zaslav says, hey, our sports don't account for shit, basically is what he said, for a significant whatever.
He
And
wouldn't have
they're
said
doing
that
this big
2 years ago, by the way, Phil.
Yeah. And so, again, to corroborate this more, Sports on Max, they have AEW there as well, listed right on the fucking thing, but it's sort of buried underneath everything. And you come with receipts. And then again, Netflix Sports, look at how and we verified a chat, this is the real account. Look at how they promote WWE's on the forefront of their shit. So there's a lot of make-believe shit in the IWC now, where it's doom and gloom on WWE side, when really I would say it's more so on the Max side. My theory is Awful. They're getting rid of Collision. They're going to add an hour to Dynamite. That's my theory.
You make Dynamite 2 hours. Do not make it 3. That would be all right. That would be the death nail. So actually, go ahead and do it. Fuck it. So, but yeah, drawing 3 hours from Dynamite. Oh my God, you're not going to grow your audience that way. And then you're hoping for a miracle as far as the writing team is concerned. Like, no, it's not working. Look at Grand Slam tonight. Like, it's not even a sellout down there. I will admit, though, the show looks different and it looks a little cooler because it's different.
Yeah, it looks
It's
great.
not as bright. Yeah, it's not as bright. It has a very nice little contrast going on. It would attract a non-viewer of AEW to the program at least for about 4 or 5 seconds before they switch to another channel or whatever. But you know, hey, they're going to do what they're going to do. You believe that they're going to go 3 hours? I don't. It would be terrible.
So do you think they just get well, I know here's the thing though, man. They're okay with the live viewers, but do you think Collision gets canceled though? Like I'm sticking my neck out
Of
saying
course.
that, but I just really think it's gonna go away. They're gonna add the third hour and what all this 2.5 hour, 4 hour shit, and then them also testing Collision on Thursdays is about is WBD, they're trying to bid for UFC, even if they get a handful of fights a year. Those will be on Saturdays. They're already moving all the time because WWE's on Saturdays. So why not put an hour-long Collision show on Thursdays? But it's sort of not really worked out. Or why not just add an hour to Dynamite? Again, Tony Khan, that Yahoo guy, asked him, like, you guys are still doing cable? Like, what's with that play? And he's like, yes, we are. We're into cable. And it's like, that's not the move. Everyone's pivoting to even like the YouTube play, man. So Tony's really dead set on doing the TV. So I could see him just axing Collision the same way Shockwave never happened, the same way the show on Fox never happened, the same way Rampage got axed. Collision's just an afterthought show. I could see them getting rid of it, adding an hour to Dynamite. And also, when they add the extra time to Dynamite and they label it, it's Collision now, and they do the switch, the ratings just die, dude. It's like they'd be better just saying this is still Dynamite for 3 hours. I think they'd be able to retain like maybe 500,000 folks. It wouldn't drop down to 200,000. So maybe that's the smarter play. But yeah, I think Collision's gone by like 2027. I don't think that show exists. Maybe even before then. Mid 2026, we'll know about the WB.
End of 2025. Mark my words.
Damn. So moving along here, let's see. This is what the arena looks like. Right? Are you impressed or what? It's like close to
it's very colorful.
Yeah.
No, it's nowhere near a sellout, apparently, from what I heard and from what I've seen from pictures.
And I don't know. Like, to me, it's loud as shit. It looks awesome. I actually responded to the AEW. There's like a new AEW Wrestle Ticks type guy, but his name's like Wrestle Maps or something. I can't remember what it is. But he said like, oh, they sold out in days or whatever. And I was like, and then today he's like, oh, there's all these seats open. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? I thought they sold out.
Right.
And then he corrected
himself.
There's no
traffic down there.
Well, yeah, he's like, I jumped the gun, and then I just told him, I was like, I appreciate the work. Like, I appreciate what WrestleTix and those guys do. I don't care if they're like secretly sickos or whatever. I don't give a fuck. But I appreciate them like documenting the shit. But yeah, I was like, I thought it was a sellout, so I just believed this was a full blown sellout, and now everyone's pointing out, well, it's not. I don't know, man. It is what it is. So we covered this on the member show, guys. Become a member or a patron to PWT. But I wanted to talk about it more today. A former production crew member is suing Jon Moxley in AEW. Christopher Dispenza suing him for civil battery. As I broke down on the Monday show, he's asking for $25,000. So let's say
no. He's asking. Excuse me, Phil. He's asking for more than $25,000. The reward in the court case, it says the reward exceeds, or the compensatory amount exceeds $25,000. And I think a lot of people rested their hat on the fact that it was 25,000 and doesn't say like 100,000 or whatever. But go on.
Right. So when we read into this on Monday, also the thing is that the thing he's suing for or whatever is can only be, you can only go after it if it exceeds 25K or whatever the fuck. So that's why he's going after that.
Right.
Either way, though, it doesn't matter. It's not like he's like,
I heard he wanted $30, and then they told him, it's going to cost a little bit more than that, buddy.
Exactly. What is the sweat off? My point is this. Let's say if a wrestler was wrestling his whole life, he got in a car accident, he went in the ring, pretended the injury came in the ring so that he could get a payday. We'd all applaud that. But let's say this camera guy, who, by the way, was hired by a third party as well. This isn't some guy that is an in-house camera guy like Stu in WWE. This is a guy who actually was hired through like a third party. You know that as well, Alpha,
Yeah,
right?
an independent contractor. How about that?
Exactly. So he was told, hey, you're going to hand this guy a screwdriver. So in no way is this guy even like a wrestling mark who's an in-house camera guy. He doesn't know shit. He's just taking this gig because it's what he can get. This guy's probably been holding cameras for 25 fucking years and just takes these gigs, you know? And so he basically, let's say this guy's back injuries even were from him holding his camera for the last 20 fucking years, and Mox exacerbated them. What is 50 grand off Mox's back? And why did they let the fucking dirt sheet stooge this shit? Alba's like, oh, my high up sources didn't even know about this. He's almost like bragging about it. And you're sitting there like, gee, I'm sure they love that. These high up sources love that you put this out there before they could silently like, what's 50 grand? Tony Khan was just flexing boats and hose, dude. What's 50 grand off that back to make this go away quietly? What the fuck? Give this man 30 grand. That's my take on it. We'll watch the clip, but what's your take on this initially? And is this like a big deal? I mean, we've seen glass fly at fans and MJF throw at kids. Where's the end? Like, is this the end where they go, stop fucking around? Or do you think we see something worse in the end?
My assessment of it, it's almost, this is like 90% cut and dry. The only 10% that concerns me, well, not even a concern, but that we're missing is Moxley's side of the story and AEW side of the story. But I can't really imagine what kind of like excuse they're going to dream up to make it seem like this guy was in on it and like he had foreknowledge that he was going to get pushed. I said yesterday on Toonie Talk Wrestling, if you look at the video, Moxley is hell bent on touching this guy, whether the guy wants to or not. The second he picks up the screwdriver, it doesn't even look like he takes it from the guy's hand. It looks like he takes it from the side, from someplace.
Jon Moxley.
But check it out. You know, he treats Kenny Omega like he's handling plutonium, but meanwhile, this guy, he gets pushed out of the way. But yeah, he grabs the screwdriver, and it looks like he's with Moxley's left hand. It looks like he's about to go in and choke Chris.
Yeah, look, he
right in the neck
him and pushes him, and the guy hits the deck, and he looks scared, dude. Like, look at this. Look at his face. He's looking back up like, whoa.
Yeah.
You know, he's looking at him. What the fuck, man?
Yeah. And he's not a professional wrestler. And I saw, a couple Twitter accounts say like, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? These guys, do they forget that this is still a professional, multi-million-dollar business, folks? Like, these people are not here for their health. This guy is just trying to carry wires for the cameraman right beside him. And he was told to pick up a goddamn or give this man a screwdriver. Unless Moxley said, hey man, I'm going to push you. Which by the way, of course he didn't. But by the way, there's also other incidences, and it says it so much so in the court case, like, yeah, Moxley's done this type of dumb shit before. Then the guy also says in the court case, he's just like, AEW has a duty to, be responsible for these people who've got criminal backgrounds. Like, this guy is unloading the entire tea on this court case. Like, there's so much that's going to be mined and put out there. You want to pay this guy.
Yeah. You cut out there for 1 second there at the end of your fucking rant. But yes, man.
Did I die?
Yeah, you just died for like a split second, but we caught your rant. Like, we just missed your stamp on it, but I totally agree.
That's okay.
Mercedes Moné just won like a 7th title or whatever. And I heard rumors that the whole Mercedes Moné Mortis news was leaked to sort of take some heat off of this lawsuit. I think the real problem is them continuously stooging to these dirt sheets. Like, who's a higher up source that told Alba this shit so he got it out there for him to then go, oh, they also didn't know about this. You know what I mean? Like
Hey,
Alba was
bro,
almost flexing that he got the news.
Yeah, but why couldn't it have been Chris Dispenza?
That's true.
I mean, sometimes it's the most simple. The man's on Twitter, I believe. I think somebody tried to throw me his Twitter handle.
Yeah.
You know, this is public record. I mean, all it takes is some geek to be like AEW lawsuits, and you know, well, I guess you can if you do that every day, you're bound to hit pay dirt, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's a
Here's the
higher
thing.
up
He's
that
not
did it,
asking.
but,
He's not asking for like $1 million though. You know,
no,
he's just.
it's so funny because Marv said that he would ask for $10 million. I almost fell out my chair, man. I was just like, that's an ungodly amount of fucking money.
But here's the thing. Let's say you get 2 and got to give your
Right,
lawyers
right.
1.
That's
Is
exactly
that
what he
not
said.
worth
Yeah.
it? Yeah. I mean, Jesus.
Hilarious.
But it's no sweat. Moxley, pay this fucking guy. It's $50K.
Yeah.
Pay the fucking man and don't play around. So yeah, Alba quote tweets his article from SI and goes, as you can read in the piece, multiple high-level sources were unaware of the lawsuit's claim that Moxley had past disciplinary offenses. So why are you stooging it? And a documented history of unpredictability. One disputed his characterization in the lawsuit. I don't know, man. I think people can dispute that characterization as well.
What's that?
Well, I think people could dispute, like if you're disputing that he's acted out, I think you could dispute he has acted out. You know what I mean? Like there's people who've buried him, like Paul Heyman in the past. Like, well, the shit he wanted to do with Brock said, nope, I'm a professional, like superstar athlete, and I do what I would, you know, just all of these things. Moxley on his wife's podcast talking about, I wasn't even under contract and I had their world title and I don't even need to do this for you, really, Punk. You know, when he squashed Punk, he wasn't even under contract. He had their world title. He could have walked into WWE with the AEW world title. He could have fucking done that. Tony wouldn't have done shit. That's reckless.
That's where Dispensa's lawyers could have, you know, could be setting the table as far as a pattern of unpredictability and unprofessionalism and a lack of consequence for his actions.
Right. And I don't mean to interrupt you, Awful, but I get so excited because imagine Moxley having us now go like Terry Bollea, well, actually, I'm Jonathan Good or whatever. And I fucking, and this is a gimmick I play. I'm actually not an unhinged lunatic guy. Is he going to have to do that? Is he going to have to say that? There's video of him in the show called Total Divas where some guy like grabs a hat off of their table or some shit. And Dean Ambrose jumps over the table and runs after the guy and grabs him and is going to kick his ass. Are they like, is this the sort of shit they're going to present? And is he going to have to go, well, my character, I'm actually not an unhinged crazy guy.
I am not a lawyer, but I think that's the reason why in the initial complaint, they also have his name, Jonathan Good, also otherwise hereafter known as Jon Moxley. So I don't think he's going to be able to escape that quite so easily. And that's like really a snake oil salesman, like slimy lawyer type.
That's what lawyer shit is, bro. What are you talking about? That's how
who's his lawyer going to be, from the Moorish Society or something? Like
it'll be fucking
the constitutional
Judge Judas
Constitutional Party. Yeah.
On this side of the court, the plaintiff. He claims
this is the defendant, Jon Moxley.
He says this old cameraman was worse for wear. He was ready.
He called
Lights,
him a
camera,
pussy.
Action. He was
He
ready
said
for
the
his
shove was
clothes.
like a girl.
Yeah. He was the plaintiff, Chris Dispenza. He says Moxley pie-faced him, and he wasn't ready for his close-up. Dun, 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 dun.
He suffered 2 broken ankles. I don't know.
So Ricochet responds to this, and he says, "We live in a world of pussies," and then he swiftly deleted this. What do you think of Ricochet's response to all this, and does that help the court case at all?
Exactly what AEW disciplinary committee said. This is now Exhibit A, my people, because it shows you the lack of professionalism within the company. Listen, the process, the lawyers for Dispensa have got so much evidence that could. A lot of it is circumstantial,
Right.
but hey, it set a nice table for this incident. And as I said, keep in mind, Phil, there's more than one Dynamite episode or pay-per-view that shows Jon Moxley doing things extremely similar to wrestlers on video. So I'm sure they're going to be exposing that.
So awful. You got hijacked by Ultron, brother. You got hijacked by Ultron. But listen, let me add this to the conversation as well. Okay. You have CM Punk pushing Jack Perry in front of Tony Khan. The company sides with Jack Perry. Jack Perry shot a single leg on him. A monitor didn't even got wobbled. Tony Khan says, I feared for my life, and lawyers said he should be out of here. And da-da-da-da-da. You think they're not going to bring all that to the table too? That's a layup, dude.
Now, of course.
So awful. You're duking it out with Skynet right now, brother. We hear you. You're duking it out with Skynet. You'll get that sorted, I'm sure. But you cut out entirely now. But we can move along. You can pipe back in with your thoughts, though, if you get that sorted. But yeah, I pointed out many things on the member shows. So make sure you guys become a member. New arrival, AEW for once. They made a fucking tee that actually doesn't look half bad. Awful's just rejoining here, guys. And it's a Thekla tee, and it looks fucking spectacular. I actually like this tee a whole lot, and they're doing great shit with her. So continuing along, man, more of that. Jamie Hayter. Sources, so this is via Fightful Select. Sources in AEW have said that Jamie Hayter would be booked if she were available and indicated she hasn't been cleared. It was said that AEW had to get creative with the Thekla Hayter angle, speaking of Thekla, which is why the lights went out. They're hopeful they have Hayter back soon. So, yeah, hopefully they get Hayter back soon. I guess she's hurt again. God forbid, man. It sucks. It really, really does. We were talking about Ricochet just a moment ago. And guys, hopefully Awful rejoins. If he doesn't, go and follow him on YouTube and X, Awful Wrestling. And a round of applause for him. If he does rejoin, great. But yeah. But Alfred Kunawa drops a video about Ricochet, as he calls him. And he says he crashed out on me for saying Tony Khan has zero authority. And then, he rests his case here with this video.
Twitter Ricky strikes again. A former AEW crew member is suing the company after Jon Moxley pushed him, leading to alleged injuries. But have no fear, Twitter Ricky is here. Ricochet responded to a top sicko account about the lawsuit with a tweet and delete saying, quote, "We live in a world of pussies," end quote. Remember when Bitter Ricky got mad at me because I criticized Tony Khan for having no authority over his talent or fans? Well, TK's lack of authority has led to one of his most useless and uncharismatic stars crashing out on Twitter as his, quote, gimmick. And not only is Ricochet's gimmick costing Tony money with that big old contract despite not drawing a dime, get it how you live, Bitter Ricky's tweet and delete might help the plaintiff win what already felt like a slam dunk case. But hey, he's just playing a Twitter heel and working the IWC, right? Twitter Ricky might be smaller than John Stockton, but he's still out here giving the prosecution and his...
Smaller than John Stockton. Oh, Alfred. Why has he got to do that to him like that? Why has he got to do him so foul like that? Okay, so moving along here, we have Athena. Speaking of doing him wrong, Athena says she'll be super bummed out if she doesn't compete at AEW All in Texas in her own home state.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Why the fuck did they parade her out there? Think about how morbid this is, man. Why would you want that? It's more fucked up to do what Tony Khan did with Athena than to do a work shoot with R-Truth, who's a 20-year veteran of WWE, if he really was released or not. Athena says she'll be bummed out if she doesn't compete at All in Texas. And she says, I don't know if that's in my stars. If not, I have Ring of Honor pay-per-view that I'll probably be defending my championship on. You know, I'd probably be super bummed out if I wasn't on All In. But honestly, there's still time. So she's not even going to be on the fucking show, Tony Khan. And they rolled her out there with Conrad Thompson to fucking promote the show when they first announced
now,
it.
Eric.
And then they just jobbed her to Monet in that fucking tournament, and that's it. Like madness. What a bunch of fucking lunacy that's going on. She doesn't even know she's going to be on the show, dude. So incredibly disappointing. As we talked about with Awful, Mercedes Monet and the Beast Mortis, Frank Mortis, Esquire, the lawyer, they are together. Confirmed. And so, Dave Meltzer's just so excited about this. And yeah, apparently Tony Khan's flexing like, hey, I'm over here. Hello, ladies. Let me check in with chat here. Andre Adams, my guy. Oh my God, that was a long ass time you super chatted in. AEW is to wrestling what the WNBA is to basketball. Mediocre as fuck. Bro, every time you see a clip, it's not of them doing dope shit, though, unless it's like Caitlin Clark draining threes. It's just like people beating up Caitlin Clark and like ladies fighting each other. It's pretty wild. If I was Vince, I'd fucking hey, not me, guys. But if I were Vince, right? Yeah. Invest in the WNBA. No, please don't, Vince. That's a joke. Okay, we do humor here. But yeah, dude, the internet and talking heads say it's revolutionary, dude. You're right. That's a great comparison. WNBA is just like really shitty G League basketball where they just like beat the fuck out of Caitlin Clark and fight each other and stuff. And like, I don't know, I laugh at the clips and I'm not going to lie. I stop and watch them. It's like Power Slap kind of. It is sports entertainment a little bit, but it's weird because we're kind of like laughing at them though. And that's what Power Slap is. It's like, we're kind of just laughing at you guys. And that's where it's kind of, I mean, I guess it's kind of punching up, but like your average citizen's probably richer than a dude willing to do Power Slaps. That's all I mean. Like, I don't fucking know. Or like more money wise, depending how you determine what wealth is or whatever. You guys get it. But yeah, enough of the philosophicalist. What are you, a philosophicalist over here now? But yeah, it's funny. It's funny how that's the thing. Okay, back into the news here. Dave Meltzer talks about Goldberg's return, and I don't know why this is in here. Let me fix this. This is supposed to be in Dave Meltzer's dumb moment. Phil's dumb moment of the week. Behind the scenes. So that'll go in Dave Meltzer's there. Okay. So we're not even going to talk about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, at StarCast, she is the rule enforcer in AEW and the first woman to officiate a world title main event on pay-per-view. Get your bracelets to meet Ref Aubrey now. So there you go, guys. Aubrey Edwards will be at All In Texas. So here is Tony Khan telling some more fibs, and he sends some shots at Nick Khan here.
Really, at the end of the day, everybody who's come to AEW knows coming in, there's a sense of security here that they haven't had necessarily at other wrestling promotions. A lot of the people I've brought in were part of layoffs and cost cutting, and not like desperate cost cutting, times are tight cost cutting. It's like record profits cost cutting. And if I was making record profits, I probably wouldn't be laying off dozens of people. So that's some of what I'm talking about when I talk about compassion and being.
But he like didn't renew a bunch of people this year already. So, and he's, according to Dave, he is making record profits. So you're admitting you're not making profits or record profits. And Dave Meltzer again takes the fucking Dave Eltzer because he's a dumbass.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Like, how many times we got to do this?
Being a good boss. And frankly, when I talk about, I'm not necessarily the same guy It's some person who shares my surname.
Why do you have to say it like that? Why can't you just say his name?
Who's that?
Nick Khan.
And Ariel's like, that's my friend, you asshole. You know? He always does this. The Harvey Weinstein of, and the NFL Network guys are like, you know, like, I could lose my job, you asshole. It's like how Jim Ross got blamed for the Ric Flair shit. That'll happen, Tony. What are you doing? And they just laugh it off. Well, and Ariel does the same thing because you don't want to be rude. Like, what are you, being an asshole? Or you trying to be cute? You know? So Tony Khan reveals that he doesn't ever want to get physical in AEW again. He says, as the matchmaker and the promoter, I'm a device on the show. You're really not. And one time I was attacked, and I am very lucky to be sitting here with you right now. 1 year ago, I survived the deadliest move in pro wrestling, the spike pile driver. It's banned in several states. It's illegal in the state of Tennessee. It's illegal in Mexico. I don't want to necessarily get into the ring. My one time in the ring, I got tricked and attacked in the ring. That is enough to keep me out for life. The best guy is me. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's funny. At least he's keeping he's keeping kayfabe alive, I guess, chat. And so Mercedes Monet tweets out, I can't wait to sue all of you. Rawr. Now she's dating the beast Frank Mortis Esquire, the fucking lawyer at Mortis and at Frank and Mortis's, right? But then also the Sue thing with Moxley, he's getting sued, and I just don't know if, as Samoa Joe, by the way, super over in Mexico, a commodity, a proven fucking star. So yeah, I just don't know if that's in good taste, but I do like Mercedes like trolling the IWC and just you guys know she pops me kind of with how she handles people, but I am kind of critical of her belt collecting shit, and Tony's in love with her, and if we see Tony Storm win, then that could be it, right? The relationship was announced, and then she doesn't ultimately get the AEW world title. What if he just switches the booking and Tony Storm defends? Oh shit, then we'll know. Then we'll know that Tony Khan's got fucking emotional damage. So after, Dave Meltzer goes, one company's upset about this, Brian. And then we're all like, yeah, it's for sure AEW. That Tony's like, we don't want Camille or Wardlow. Like you text Tony. It's not WWE. They don't care. So what, OVW, Dave, who you're talking about? Then this report comes out. AEW's actually not the ones bothered by WWE's participation in American Gladiators. And then it's like, well, why would you be bothered? So now all of a sudden you care about Camille and Wardlow's jobs and well-being, and we know you're not bothered. It's Camille and Wardlow. They're not even on your TV show. Why the fuck would you care if they're on another show that's actually going to get eyeballs? Why would you give a fuck? So I just love how like the fucking whoever Dave is listening to PWT Confirmed had to fix that because we called him out for stooging. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. There you go. And we just have Dave Meltzer's dumb moment, but there's still a shitload of time left on this Dynamite show. So we're just going to vibe and chillax it all cool while shooting some meatball outside of the school just for a minute. While I sneeze. Pardon me, guys. A little Power Ranger sneezes there. And let's check in with chat. And let's do some plugs. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleTimes. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Please come and subscribe if you support me. We're at 7K subs almost. We're like 300 subs away or 200 away from 7K on the main channel. And then on the Times channel, I think we're like 20 subs away from 2K subs on the long form channel, on the Times channel, right?
And so, yeah, make sure you sub to that shit or check me out on Twitter, whatever, retweet it, repost. Consider becoming a member. You get access to hundreds of fucking videos that are on Patreon. If you become that or a member, you get access to my member shows. Appreciate you guys. Or just hit like or spit at your computer screen, or sniff it like Tony Storm would do to Mercedes Moné to let me know you care. And, yeah. Okay. This is just like Worlds Collide if Worlds Collide was awful and buried AAA. There's only 5 minutes left, allegedly. 2.5. Yeah. So, but that's the thing. No, Tony will do an overrun. Come on. He's going to do the overrun. It'll be closer to a 3-hour show. Screen sniffing is the ultimate subscription. What a slog. Then she will sue Tony. I understand Frank Mortis has a long legal career. Yeah, if you've seen that dude without his mask, he's like totally a fucking should be in soap operas, Like he's a masked ugly luchador too, which is funny. Like his pig mask or whatever, the boar mask he wears, the Taurus. It's like an ugly, snarling, evil-looking fucking demonic creature, but that dude in real life is like the studliest stud. And Thirstcast. And yeah, I mean, he's jacked as fuck. You can just see him in his match. And he's a good bro in his TNA. If you go back early PWT, I'm putting because who was he? He was because he's Black Taurus, but he was what was he before, chat? I used to call him by his other name, the way I call Asuka Kana and stuff like that. I used to call him by his other name before, right? When he was in TNA and shit like that. And when Awful came to me, I thought he was talking about like, so what am I missing? Is Taurus not in AEW anymore? I'm like, what am I missing here? But no, he's talking about like them dating. And I was like, oh shit, that's right. Because people float that out there that Tony allegedly loves fucking Monet, right? Which, I mean, I think he has a girlfriend though. Isn't Tony like he has a longtime girlfriend, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't dabble into like, we go, oh, these people broke up because TMZ reported it, or these people are getting married because they announced it or whatever. And we fucking cover it on the show, obviously, but I don't really dwell on that shit, I'm not gonna like Google what people's wives look like and shit. It's not really my thing, but yeah, I don't fucking know. I do think that the timing of that news, because they're in Mexico, like what made them just announce it out of nowhere. I do think the theory of it being more like, because Mercedes knows how rich Tony Khan is and the difference between their richness, right? So what I think it is like they release that and Tony's like dumping videos out there and they're just trying to get the news off of the fucking lawsuit thing. I think that's what it is more about personally, but Dave Meltzer is Tony's girlfriend. Oh my God. But yeah, good for them, didn't take her long to fucking rebound from that gear maker to fucking Mortis, the guy who looks like he should be in like Marvel movies and shit, pretty funny, man. And then she comes out in a sombrero, they all like Charlotte was doing that. I have my Latino heat at home, and everyone's like, everyone who dates Dom is doing the Latina thing, and Tessa Blanchard, she's married to a Latino guy, and she's all like we played the video. She's got grills in and a bandana, and her hair's braided, and she's like, "Orale mi raza." It's funny. It's funny. I get it though. Yeah, we have some Dave, but we're looking at Hobbs here just snapping, just going off, dude. Listen how over Hobbs is too. This crowd is loud as shit, man. I don't even care if it's not sold out. Like, this is a great event for them. I think this for them is a W. Because the crowd was so hot. It looks different. And
It was pure wrestling. That's what their fans want. And I mean, I'll just say for AEW and what Tony's trying to accomplish, I think it's a W, and they actually got a house. But overall, does it live up to if we're comparing it to Worlds Collide? No, I just don't think it does. Unless people will have watched this too. So, ladies and gentlemen, I kind of want to, let me just gulp down some coffee here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's do a Dave Meltzer's Dumb. This is a Dave Meltzer's Dumb scroll moment of the week. So this guy says, "Hi, Dave. Good day, Dave. Can you settle our group discussion? Was talking about Luthez." Okay, we're not going to read that. Dave, we're just scrolling his feed right now because you guys are saying he melted down. Dave, what's the one thing in your opinion Tony Khan could do in AEW that would make the company hot? Dave says it's doing better, but I discuss this stuff in The Observer on audio every single week, especially on Friday shows. There is no one thing. Right. Oh my God, Dave, that's why it should be easy to name one, because there's a lot of things he should do. But if you're to name one, what is it? Why? I get it, promoting your show, but you just come across like a schmarmy prick and you won't name one. Like, you just won't do it because you refuse to do it. You'd rather just say, well, there's many things, Brian. So this guy says, Uncle Dave got triggered by the truth. Meltzer says, I'm the single last person getting triggered about anything to do with wrestling. Bro, watch him. Look how many tweets he licks off. I'm the last guy to get triggered, Brian. Look how many tweets he's about to lick off. Dave, are there any myths in wrestling that... Okay. Okay, the Lakers sale. Whereas Paragon gets on TV every week. Okay, I just want him to... So listen to this. Whereas Paragon gets on TV every week and fans really don't care about them like that, but Tony insists on putting his head down and charging forward with them, which pisses fans off. Meltzer says, I'm not a fan of them in the main event on TV. That's one thing WWE does better, is their main events are the actual main events. Yeah, Dave, exactly. So then the criticism of Tony's fucking up and he's not a good booker, and you're like, but he's Booker of the Year. You just said that Tony Khan doesn't even book his main events as fucking main events. How ass backwards is that? How good of a booker? What the fuck, Dave? Holy shit. So how dare you present actual facts, Alfred? Because Alfred Kunua responds as well, which triggers Dave. I'm not triggered. Look at him, triggered. Growing cable audience year over year is incorrect, as I pointed out, but if you include all viewership, it is still up. Wrong, Dave. You don't know what all the viewership is, Dave, as you've admitted.
You goddamn liar!
Dave, you said you don't know what it is, so, and we know it's not the numbers you and Bethel tried to lie about. So you're just literally lying right here. Okay? So it's still the one inaccurate thing, and the cable audience is up from Q4 of 2024, which didn't have Max, so they're way up now. How are they up from Q4, Dave? Oh my God. Dave, show a screen grab. We're about to bake his ass in the actual segment. Holy fuck. So this guy says, just curious, is there any way to actually tell how many watch on Max, or is it pure speculation? The only news story is by BJ Bethel. No, you will rule you. Oh my God. See, Dave won't even back up the BJ Bethel story. He won't even corroborate, well, 500,000's too high. Okay, but BJ said you corroborated it, though, and then you're still citing his study, Dave. You're a fucking... This is real bad, man. I wrote extensively on it at the time. Pure speculation would be a number that isn't what he reported, but in fact, I have reasons to have qualms with that number based on WWE numbers being so much lower than expected. Streaming on Netflix makes it about WWE. So because WWE shit is lower, which again, you can't prove it all,
You have qualms with the number that BJ claims you corroborated that he wrote in his report, and you say the only news story is by BJ. But that's a fake number. So is that really a news story? Dave is so full of shit. And look at 7.4K impressions, 4 likes, man. He's falling off and he has to block everybody because he's cooked, man. He's cooked. He's finished. He's toast. Finito. People won't get behind this anymore. Holy shit. And look, I'm not triggered. Look at every minute he's licking off a tweet. This is 2 hours ago. So this guy says, something I've noticed is every booker seems to have their blonde spots and critiques. Do you think it's possible for, while not perfect, a booker that puts focus on almost every storyline, and has there been one? No booker is perfect, and most booker criticism I've seen is self-centered criticism and not business-related criticism. Dave, your criticisms of WWE and Tony Khan, and your lack thereof when it comes to Tony, is personal and self-centered criticism. You're projecting right now. And of course, no booker's perfect because no human being's perfect. Stop spurging out. Crazy rumor today that TKO might unload WWE. What do you assume WWE would get in a true open market? I mean, whatever. It's a good question. Meltzer says, why would they do so? Thank God. It would greatly decrease the UFC profit margin and also decrease the WWE margin. I have heard a credible explanation. Yeah, thank God, Dave, for actually saying something sensible there for once. See, I give people their due. Viewers down significantly, average viewer, but he can't bullshit when it comes to UFC because real journalists will go, Dave, you're talking shit. That's why he can't actually do that. Viewers down significantly, average viewers per month. January 628, February 586. We've gone over all that. Meltzer says, I've already pointed this out. He was incorrect. Also, the significance of this is only valid with max numbers factored in. He never factors in global Netflix numbers, though. There have been numbers out. You can speculate they aren't accurate, but they have been reported. No, Dave, this is the numbers out there. Ready, Dave? From BJ Bethel, who says you corroborated this, 500,000. Which isn't true. That's been debunked. Then there's the numbers you can deduce from what Zaslav said, which means AEW, the way I understand it, gets 250,000 viewers on everything they do, live and app and weekly, like their back catalog and everything. Okay? And the max numbers that they put out stating that their highest NBA game, Lakers, Mavericks, was like 100 and whatever thousand. So those are the numbers we can go with. I'm going to trust Zaslav and WBD Laker numbers and not your faker numbers, dude. You know? There's numbers that have been out. The ones you made up, that you and BJ made up. Dave, this is really wrong. WWE shareholders didn't get crashed. They got stock, which can be exchanged for cash. Vince has exchanged his TKO stock for billions. Saying that cash didn't change hands is like saying the cash didn't change hands because I wrote a check. Exactly. See, like this is a motherfucker who's just like, dude, no, you don't know what you're talking about. And Dave says they didn't get cash unless they sell, just like they didn't get cash when they were WWE shareholders unless they sold. Endeavor did not pay $9 billion to stockholders of WWE. They did a stock exchange for almost no cash. Another company could have spent cash to buy it as opposed to a very little cash merger. This guy says, get off his dick. If he was Booker of the Year, he would never put that belt on Moxley. Business has been up with Moxley as champ, and he's also anchored the best-rated shows and biggest video numbers. Tops also in searches, and PPV is up as well. Dave.
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
The pay-per-views are only quote-unquote up in Dave's mind because of the magical 30% that he adds, which we've covered here extensively on this show. So he's making that up. Okay? Also,
the social media numbers, here's the thing. When you nitpick social media videos, yes, your world champion should be getting the most views. It doesn't matter who it is. It should be getting the most fucking views out of all your YouTube, right? But really look at what those numbers are compared to like Chris Van Vliet's numbers, bro. That's all you have to look at, okay? The top searches, he's the world champ, so it should be. He's the most, he's the active guy in the main events. He fucking should be. But the attendances are down, and then just stating, here's the problem. When the viewership is down 100,000 year over year, and then you're just inventing. So Dave is stating that it's more than 100,000. It's got to be like 200,000 or more watching on Max every show, because that's the only way it could be up. You guys know what I mean? Because if you lose 100,000 from last year, so what Dave is saying is that at least 100,000 or more are watching on fucking Max. No, you're just inventing that. That's the point. That's the point everyone's trying to make. So no, business isn't up under Mox. Even you look at the London numbers, they just passed like 11K people. Okay, well, you guys pretended you did 81,000 there before. So how's that business being up? This guy says, yeah, there are numbers out, not by WBD, not by any entertainment reporters. Not even Tony Khan has said they're correct. Khan has said they were consistent with what he's heard. Source was WBD, and Bethel is a real news reporter. No, he's not, because you corroborated the number. The source was a guy from WBD. So then Evil Dose is a source, because he had a WBD source as well, tweeting and blue skying shit and emailing him or whatever. And that's what Bethel's claiming, was a WBD person on Blue Sky said, yeah, this is what the numbers are. And Cod said they were consistent with what he's heard. Well, he just lied, boldface lied on television, on Yahoo Finance or whatever, on the internet. So this is all just made up. Ratings are down since he became champion in the quarters when he's on hemorrhage viewers. His storyline is nonsensical. He looks like shit and his work is worse. Sorry, I have to let you go. You are now just making things up. He's really not. Tell me how many viewers WrestleMania had on Peacock in the U.S. and Max outside the U.S. You think it's less than 500,000? Why is Peacock sitting on that news? Nick's sitting on that news. Take it from someone who taught classes with Stanford Sports Business MBA students. Streaming numbers in the U.S., unless they are in the millions, are never reported. Then why did Max report the NBA game that did millions on the simulcast and then say it did 185,000 or whatever on just the sports or whatever? They did report that. And you're right that it's over millions, but for a simulcast. So when you guys are claiming they're doing 1 million, that's the point, Dave. They're not doing millions of viewers like these dumb fuck sickos are trying to say, that you galvanized and you gave them faulty information for them to then go regurgitate it and add 30% and shit. That's what you did, bro. That's why people are coming at you with this argument. Now you're trying to throw your hands up and go, whoa, well, they only reported if it's in the millions. Yes. So if AEW is doing over 1 million simulcast, like these dumb fuck sickos are claiming, so you just refuted the sickos. Thank you. There you go, sickos. You're fucking Uncle Dave right there. He just owns you all. If they were doing over 1 million in simulcast, why the fuck wouldn't they report that? Because they're not doing that. Okay? But they're not doing what you think either. Or Dave's sort of alluding here that they're still doing over 1 million is the gross part. Well, it's still over 1 million. Other places don't tout over 1 million. When they do, bro. And WBD themselves have done it. So you're like, why doesn't everyone? I don't know, but Max has done it, so why don't they do it again? Strange, Dave. It's just about staying consistent. What does the UFC do every Saturday? Not that good lately. Don't know if you don't know because your finger's just not on the pulse, Dave. You don't even know how Google Trends work. Sorry, but you were whiffed on this one. TKO's not released any of this, nor has Peacock. TKO is a public company. Max said last week sports weren't a driver. Exactly. Sports aren't a driver, and they've released numbers, Dave. So just there you go. That's what it is right there.
We're not talking about what about WWE? I don't give a fuck about what TKO and WWE do in this instance. I'm talking about Max and AEW and what they've done in the past for Lakers Mavericks games and what they don't do for fucking AEW. Is that so hard to understand? ESPN averaged 15 million for Monday Night Football in 2024. They had an ESPN Plus game that drew 1.8 million or 12%. 30%. I mean, if it's 20, I think it's likely 20, but if it's like 30, that's what Dave tried to tell all these dumb fucks. Look, on ESPN Plus for Monday Night Football, NFL does about 12% of an average TV audience. Well, AEW does about that too. Like, this is what he's peddled out there. And then he wants to go, well, I mean, it could be true. And look, this guy pulled numbers. Why don't they post numbers? Well, he just pulled some right there. It would make sense to assume Dynamite's max number is less than 10% of normal cable viewership. I'd be shocked if 60,000. Me too, right there. That's what I've deduced too. Can't be more than 10, Dave, because now we're talking, you're starting to fuck around with real sports now. It's just that simple. That's all. You don't need all the other stuff, all the other noise. You just need that right there. Phil, don't miss. I come to you guys straight, okay? This guy right here, Travis Creans or whatever the fuck your name is, shout you out. Amazing tweet. That's all it boils down to. Okay, let's say there's about 600,000 watch Dynamite. I'll give them 10%, 600,000. I'll even give them 100,000, maybe, like right underneath that, even 80,000. I said I'll get, we'll give them 30 to 80,000. I think I made a tweet of that. But once you start talking like 100,000, 90 to 100, you're talking real sports, dog. You're not doing that. I'm sorry. You leave out it was head-to-head with a far bigger game. Why did you do that? Dave, you want to talk about all the shit you leave out, buddy? Talked about it on Monday. Okay, so he's asking you right now. Why don't you talk about it? Mario CK says overall TV is down, but popular live sports are still getting eyeballs. There's nothing about AEW's trajectory that supports the claims that they're doing better numbers than the NBA on streaming. Boom! This is where Dave's just caught in a corner. Nobody has ever suggested that, and no NBA numbers have ever released on Max. Yes. Oh, my God. We're Switchblade. Yeah. Dave, you don't know because you blocked everybody who posts those fucking numbers. You block everybody who posts them. Okay?
Stupid idiot.
So now you're caught up. He's so caught up. They're feeling it. Caught up. Where's Switchblade at? He'll just show them to you. This guy says, and that's irrelevant to you, Clay. Remember, Dave's like, I'm not triggered. He's arguing for hours with people live on PWT. And that's irrelevant to you claiming Tony was talking about viewers that you can't prove. It's lazy whataboutism. It would be up with half of the reported number, even if I'm suspicious about the total. And the report was detailed. If you read it, I am hardly, I'm actually suspicious of it, Brian. Dave, no one cares that you're suspicious because you're an idiot. You're like Elmer Fudd. And that's irrelevant to you claiming Tony was talking about viewers. He says, at this point, I've answered all your questions and you haven't been able to answer any counters. Why do you care what Jimmy Bracken? No offense, Jimmy Bracken. Love you, bud. But like, you get it, right? Like, why would you even care about him answering your shit? There's live. See, it just updated live here, dude. Oh my God, Dave. So Arena Mexico, hello. He's just defending it. Jimmy Corderas is like, why call it a 14-man tag when it's obvious that making a tag is not necessary? Oh, yeah, never mind. Arena Mexico, hello. He is kind of right, though. Like, that's what they like over there. It's kind of went head-to-head. Baltimore versus Tampa started 45 minutes earlier than Dave. All polls, and many have been done, range. All had streaming at last year 40% of total viewers. Now he's pulling up 40%. Oh, man. The other difference, and a key one, is virtually every home with a TV can watch the Super Bowl on TV. He's arguing about the Super Bowl. It's like, well, we're talking about Max and AEW, bro. Crazy. Fucking crazy madness, ladies and gentlemen. That is a Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week right there. Where the fuck is the flute? Here we go. And my word, I don't even know if, God, am I going to do this whole other one I had laid out here? So
Here's a throwback Dave Meltzer where he was bitching about work rate. This match was hopeless to begin with. Hogan Undertaker wasn't ruined by booking, but the lack of work rate. This was in like 91. He's like crying about work rate. So Dave Meltzer tweets this out. Variety reported the Rainmaker having nothing to do with Okada. No shit.
Dummy. Yeah.
Debuts on USA at 8/5. So this is on the last show. I think it was the member show, whatever show it was. Become a member, 99 cents. You get access to the member show, or become a patron. Over 100 exclusive videos on there as well. But Dave Meltzer talked. Him and Brian Alvarez were crying about SmackDown. It's going 3 hours all the way into July. Blah. And then a week later, 2 days later, Variety's like, no, they're not. They're going back to 2 hours. Or they were crying that it was going to remain 3 or whatever, right? But that would indicate SmackDown goes back to 2 hours that night. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Jesus Christ, how'd you come up with that one? You know what I mean? You have to fucking find a fortune cookie for that one, Dave? Jeez, man, he's really lost the plot over the last little while. And I'm here for it, you know? I reap the benefits of it. Anyways, moving along. So Meltzer said what? Responds and says, life in the fast lane. Again, Meltzer reveals that SmackDown is staying at 3 hours with no extra pay from US Network. Remember, he's saying, oh, there's no extra pay. And Brian's like, what? And then again, they trust fucking Meltzer like he's an insider. These numbers were reported. You mean the ones you made up? And then out of nowhere, Dave, oh, well, the Rainmaker, nothing to do with Okada, by the way. Like anybody even thought that was a thing. Turns out he's fucking wrong. And he was just spurging out about nothing and talking about no extra money for nothing. What a fucking idiot. Dave Meltzer doing good little shill work here, says some systems will be taping Dynamite only through 10 p.m. on DVR. So make sure to check and see if it records the next 30 minutes. And to be on the safe side, 10 minutes after that, a fucking instructional on how to record this show. And this guy isn't getting paid. Like, if he's not getting paid, bro, it's more of a fucking L. You guys know what I mean? If he's not getting paid for this type of level of shilling, then it's like more embarrassing. I'll be more shocked if he's not, you know? The length of tonight's show is scheduled as 2:30, but they often do overruns. He's preparing people for an overrun. People call me a shill. Imagine if I tweeted that out about Raw. Holy fuck, man. And then Meltzer, like in the arguments, in the midst of the arguments we just read, but this guy says what Dave's saying is lies. And then Meltzer says, point one out, I'll help you. AEW Dynamite is not up on cable compared to the same period last year, but is up from Q4 2024 before Max. Other than that, point out anything misleading or incorrect. And then he says, that's what I was leading to, Dave. Like, that is, bro, you're trying to mislead people. Like, year over year, it's down. Q4, it's up. Okay. So far, thus far. But what about the years before? And then here's what Raj has to say, owning him. How is it up from Q4 2024 when Dynamite averaged a 0.19 in Q4 2024 in their normal time slot and averaged a 0.17 in Q1 2025? Not to mention, they said cable numbers were up year over year. Not that they were up from the end of last year, Dave. And also, Dave, you're just magically adding streaming, and we're not playing that fucking game with you, or else add how many people watch NXT worldwide on Netflix. It's destroying Dynamite, bro. It's craziness. And then Dave Meltzer saying very calmly short-circuiting people's brains about this Tony Khan lie. Meanwhile, it's a lie. Meanwhile, Dave, you're the one who makes the exact arguments Tony is refuting. And now you're being a fucking douchebag about it. Like, Dave is the one saying, well, cable's down because more people are streaming. And then you have the audacity to be this fucking ignorant and this rude to people when you were glitching out on the last show or on the other show
literally glitching out in Skynet like Awful Wrestling, okay, like the Lawnmower Man, and you were arguing with fucking Grok, bro. So you can't talk about short-circuiting. You've already done that. And you just argued with all those fucking marks on your timeline that we just covered for 2 hours instead of enjoying the CMLL show. You were arguing the whole time on Twitter. How can you even rate it highly? You're going to give everything 12 stars. Meanwhile, you didn't even watch it. So Meltzer melts down on useless positivity. This guy says, I don't defend anyone. So he's making fun of Dave Meltzer. I don't defend anyone, least of all him, Tony Khan, unless it's something factually incorrect. Freudian slip, you'll only defend Tony when he lies. And Dave says, sorry, Tony Khan ruined your life by creating a non-WWE company and not failing like you spent 6 years insisting. What's not failing, Dave? What's success, Dave? And again, he's just inventing that and applying it to this guy's life without actually knowing anything about this person. That's what a sicko does, Dave. You're a clown. If you had listened to me, you'd have read my article in November 2019 looking at the cable landscape in AEW, and you'd have at least not gone in denial for so long or be made every week. Mad every week. Nobody's mad, bro. You're mad, Dave. You've literally gone mad. You know what I mean? He's in denial over the ratings. And when Collision gets canceled and they add a third hour, just what's going to happen? You know? So I got sent this by Meltzer Said What, who's like, dude, just remember this. Like, here's Dave freestyling fake max viewing numbers out of thin air. Here's where he invented the shit. Right? We covered this back in the day. We've covered it a couple times.
Especially Nation where I absolutely was alarmed. And I mean, if it cuts in half again, you know, if it goes from, you know, whatever these numbers are now and it cuts in half like it did in Agent Report from last year. Unless I get some good max numbers, I would say this isn't good. But if it just slowly dwindles down, I'm going to say that it's exactly what I expect. You know, slow. You know, people are going to switch to max, and that's fine. You're not losing.
So just, hey, yeah. That's fine. You know, he just already put the built-in excuse. Yeah, you know, the less people who watch, it's not because year over year over year, they're losing 100,000 people every year since this shit started. More than that even. But it's because they're all just floating over to max. And now they're back up over 1 million, guys. 1.2 million again, like when they started. What an asshole. And then again, we went over this clip. It's just...
Collision number overall, all things considered, has to be considered successful, especially with that lineup, because it was not, you know, it wasn't like the lineup like today's show where you had a pretty good lineup. And, you know, if the number's up, you could go, well, look, they put a world title match on TV and they had a lot of long, good matches. So if it's up, you know, and again, with the Collision thing and also with the Dynamite thing, we're still not getting the full story because without the max numbers, you know, I like, again, the older viewers watching Collision, it was, it tells me that the younger, you know, there probably were a lot of younger viewers.
See, there probably were a lot of younger viewers.
They probably were watching on Max.
And they were probably watching on Max, even though the key demo's dying down. But then Meltzer goes, oh, a spike in the key demo after the NBA game. But then he takes credit for AEW. Oh, I mean, their overall average, they maintained it through this and all this shit. He doesn't realize people don't switch their TVs off and shit. You know, it's craziness, man. It's crazy. Or like bars that just leave the shit on after the fucking thing's over because there's no other games. So fuck it, this wrestling show's live. You know, he doesn't account for any of that. Oh, yeah, all the young people who didn't tune in, they were just on Max, I assume. He just makes the shit up, man, as he goes. So Alfred Kunawa drops a bomb here. He goes, please enjoy and study the simple math of AEW Dynamite's average year-over-year viewership on cable since 2022. So 2022, they were at 961,000. The next year, they were at 858,000, down 10.8%. 2024 is 698,000, down 18.7%. 2025, 626,000, down 10.3%. And Dave wants us to believe that that what is my quick maths here? Just over 40% of people or 40% of people fucking
roughly all are tuning back in on Max now or whatever. 40%. That's what Dave's trying to tell us, right? 10.8, right? That's 18, so that's 28, 38, 7 plus 3. You guys get what I'm saying? 39.8% or whatever the fuck. Are you mean to tell me, Dave, that all tuned back 40%, about 30% are watching? Or are you just inventing that, bro? Or is it like roughly maybe like 8% if they're lucky? Is more like the number, you know? So Dave Meltzer had this to say about Goldberg, and he just, again, freaks out about Goldberg. Bill looked old. He looked small, too, next to Gunther. Bill was always this big powerhouse guy. I've met Bill many times, and Bill's roughly, when Bill was younger, he would be roughly the same height as Gunther. And he won't call him Goldberg. He just, Bill. I met him several times, Bill. I'd say both 6'2", 6'3", and he looked a lot smaller than Gunther next to him. Bill's 58. He's had shoulder problems for a long time. I would say at least 10 years, and shoulder injuries are a total bitch to have. I went through that forever and ever. A lot of wrestlers have that. A lot of people who do a lot of heavy lifting when they get older have that. That's what pretty much, yeah, I do. I feel that too. That's what pretty much does in most of your heavy lifters is their shoulders goes is what he meant to say, but it says does here. Typo. The bodybuilders, I'm dyslexic. This motherfucker can't spell and everything like that. And it's just too painful to train. Okay. And to be the old Bill Goldberg at 58, it's next to impossible anyway, no matter what you do, but it probably requires some pretty heavy lifting. And I doubt he can do that now with bad shoulders and everything. Good luck to him. It's his farewell, but I really did notice. I think for one day it'll be fine. I don't think if the match will be fine. I don't know if the match will be fine, rather. I'm not worried about Gunther hurting Bill, but I'm worried about Bill absolutely, getting too fired up and trying to do more than he can do, figuring it's his last match and everything. But the thing is, for Bill to be Bill, he's got to do power shit. What else has he got? He's got the hard spear and the jackhammer, and he has to do both, right? It's his last match. He has to do it. So we'll see. Hopefully it all works out. Yeah, I agree. Dave's going to shit all over this and give it like 2 fucking stars. And maybe that's a smart Meltzer moment of the week, actually, there, ladies and gentlemen. And that was Dave Meltzer's extra long dumb moment of the week, I guess. Some smart action in there, too. We give credit where it's due. So, chat, I will see you all for the Saturday PWT live show, Sicko Saturday. I don't know, what's going on Saturday. I totally forget. I don't even remember if there's a PLE or not, but I will be on if there is one. And if not, I will not be on. I will be on for the show, but I won't be on during the PLE or whatever the fuck. You guys get what I'm saying? I'm a dumbass. I'm tired, actually. I had a goddamn long day. Listen. So, yeah, Saturday, if there's a PLE or something, I'll be on for that. If not, we're chilling and doing the regular Saturday live show. It will be jam-packed, full of action. I want to thank Awful Wrestling for stopping by. Go subscribe to @Awful Wrestling on YouTube. I have a preview show coming next week for all the PLEs and all that good shit. I will be doing JJ Alexander's show next week as well. Tune in. Become a fucking member. You're missing out if you don't. And what is tomorrow's Thursday? So if you like Phil Marks Out and my pop culture stuff, stay on the lookout for some new content over there tomorrow as well. And I appreciate you all. I bid you all adieu. I hope you enjoyed Grants. Nothing notable, just a shitload of wrestling like we thought, but the aesthetic was nice, and good on them for getting a good building. Okay, there you go. Stranger Things, I won't see you until winter, but until then, I'll see you in the Upside Down, I guess, guys. Peace and love. Take care of each other. And guys, Sicko Saturday. Be there or be square. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yay!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
No! Damn it, God, damn it! Yay!
Stuck a bitch. You're about to get vile. I'm a prom queen, but I keep to myself, stacking high green. You're in debt to your health, AARP. Ain't shit old but my wealth, and my oppie's getting dumber every day. Ha! Up in the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gin, when I'm working on my fitness. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, yeah, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. I be flexing like the dudes high on tread, all natural. Better give her tens. They say, Blondie, how you getting those abs? Hey, Bobby, let me call you a cab. Long legs, I'm a woman instead. My eggs, fertile, healthy, and femme. My trades, flowing free like the Thames. And my haters getting madder every day. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. Yeah.
Apparently, Maeda would go all over the world, and he would challenge people in circuses. That's where you fought. Dude, he was having MMA fights all over the world. He was famous. This is what Jean-Jacques told me. I think Kano was his master. Apparently, something like they didn't want him to take these fights in these circuses and stuff anymore. So he took a fight in Mexico, and he wore a mask so he wouldn't get busted. And he was the one who started the mask wearing in pro wrestling. Maeda started it.
Was it really called the
That's what Jean-Jacques told
Nacho
me.
Libre?
SDL. Two bad bitches, one hot track. B3CCA, bitch. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Hello, hello. It's that B3 flow. You said you know me? I think you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella broke. With Matt, I'm the real rough rider. Can't keep up, my arms must be tired. Slow-mo, super villain, Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber. DSL on our lips cause we're naughty. Hannah Montana acting like Miley. We can't stop cause we're the life of the party. Got your man squirming Scotty too hottie. SDL with a $sign ho. B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool. FaceTime, Osman, say hi. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Haters on your grip, that's priceless. Haters on their pictures, that's wifeless. Diamonds in my mouth, I'm priceless. Always ready for a fight, come try us. You thought I'm a thotty, you thought wrong. Just a hottie with a body and a thong. You wanna fight, let's get bloody like Carrie. I'm queen of the prom. SDL with a $sign ho. B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the Indies now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your hearts. Coral. Becca and SDL bitch. Me and Steph are the dream that's inception. Two bad bitches, one hot track. It's two bad bitches, one hot track. Two bad bitches, one hot track. B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the Indies now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your heart. Two bad bitches, one hot track.
Our athletes still care about their fans.
If I have to fold one more box, I'm gonna snap.
Did you see snap? Snap into a Slim Jim! You know excitement? Snap into a Slim Jim!
It's time for Jim Cornette's Strike Through, sponsored by Stephen P. Send an email to our crew, buy a cameo or two. It's Jim Cornette's Strike Through. Come and pull up to the window and we'll open up the screen. Watch his corny cuts of promo on the bitch at Dairy Queen. Hear a tale of Smoky Mountain and some stories from the South.
Then make like Vince McMahon and shove a sandwich in your mouth.
It's Jim Cornette's podcast. Taking questions you will ask. Talking wrestling from the past with his co-host Brian Last. It's Jim Cornette's podcast.